Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, June the 8th. Did I say May the 8th? To myself, I did. June the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me, see my screen. Excellent. And just waiting, probably Pepe will let me know if you guys can hear me and see my screen in YouTube. Just waiting for that. All right. Thank you, Pepe, very much. As always, every morning. Okay, guys. Well, we've got a couple of, we've got one big runner right now, Sunny, SUNE. Is any specific news on this one? To merge with Suniva, forming a combined company with implied value of $2.26 a share. So we're at 282 right now, and we'll retain. So the new company will retain the symbol SUNE. Okay, so that's your news for SUNE, Sun Nation. One moment. All right, so GMHS, the next one on the list, 55% GMHS. See if there's any news on this one. Just over a dollar. Yes, actually, it's an earnings play. Okay, it's an earnings play. GMHS is an earnings play released this morning before the market. Well, in the pre-market. Ready to do it. Popped up to 233, back down to 147, underneath the VWAP right now. Thanks, Faith. OCC. I saw this one on another. I think this is also an earnings play, guys. Okay, look at this. So here's an earnings play, a more obscure earnings play. Look at the volume, 4.7 million. Earnings play up 54%. It's a low float, 6 million in the float. That is OCC. How about that? How about this one, William? OCC. This got to be a beat raise, or because look at this. Thank you, Big Bad Wolf, in our YouTube room. OCC. A few shares available to short, 146,000. What did it get to this morning? I got it all the way up to 23.40. It's pulled back about $5, but it's a very low float, but huge volume already. No estimates for you at all? Okay. Well, I'm going to definitely follow this one all day long. OCC underneath the VWAP right now. And the market, remember how the market was the market? So this Dow was down, the SPY was down almost 20 points. We're up. What are we up right now? We're up about 6 points right now. NEXR. Super active on Thursday, got up to $2, closed down here. Friday, a bit of a sell-off. So you can kind of see if it can get over Thursday's high. The next high after that is 326. So I will put a price alert in that area just to see if it gets close. That is NEXR to Thursday's high. Let's take a look at a disaster here. RMSG, is there any reason for this one? This is a communications company, so it's not a bio. They're doing this is real messenger trading. Yeah, I don't see any news on it other than just probably a lot of profit taking. There was no, probably the news is there was no reason for this one to have done what it did on Thursday. What did it do? Got up to 388, but it closed right down here at 185. Underneath the 200-day moving average now for RMSG. Yes, June the 12th. That's right, June the 12th, right, for the SpaceX IPO. Okay. What else we got here? FRSX. Oh, well, I'm going to look at Intel. So Intel, this is obviously a two-time. Well, I don't say obviously, but it looks like it's probably a two-timer. Yeah, two-time long. Wow. So Intel, yeah, Intel. Somebody put the symbol in. Intel is ripping this morning. It's got to be up at least 13.5%. The stock. So this is expensive though. What's Intel? What is the price of Intel? INTC. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. So the two-time long is more expensive than the stock itself. So there's Intel ripping. Google and Nvidia consider Intel as backup chip maker. Okay, that's the news, I guess. That's boosting Intel's fortunes this morning. Morning unusual. So that sort of defeats, unless you're really wanting to take a two-timer, get double the move. If you truly believe that, as this a stock is going to move double, you're paying, it's a way more expensive than Intel. Well, yeah, it's double the move, 26%. Intel's up 13%. Int, okay. INTW is just the two-time long. So if you typically though, they're way cheaper than the stock itself. This is way more expensive, $274, and Intel is like 113. So, but when Intel moves up 1%, this will move up 2%. But if Intel moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. Well, okay, look at Intel. Okay, this is INTW. It's a two-time long ETF specifically for Intel. Okay, so if you look at Intel, INTC, the stock itself is up 13%. Okay, INTW is double that move, 26%. Okay, so it's a great way if if you typically typically though the ETF designed for a stock is way cheaper than the stock itself. This happens to be, I don't know, I mean, it's just way more expensive. It's almost double that price. But typically though, but that's why these can be very attractive. A high price stock, the two timer is usually way less. So if you really thought that a stock was going to keep moving, you would buy this one. No, Prez, you're just listen carefully to what I'm saying, okay? Don't worry about anything else other than this. This is up 27%. Intel, the stock is up 13 and a half. Well, it is okay. That's all it is. So if you thought that Intel was going to keep moving higher and you wanted to take advantage of a like double that move, you would buy this. Again, if Intel, the stock, moves up 1%, this INTW will move up 2%. Okay. Here's another one, I bet. Oh, maybe not. Tango Therapeutics. This looks like a buyout. Trading higher after the company announced initial data. Oh, actually, it's not. What do you think of this one now, William? I don't know if you had a chance to look at TNGX, Tango Therapeutics. Climb on results for pancreatic cancer treatment. It's phase 1/2, I think it said. So this is TNGX. Now it did get up to $41, and it's yeah, a lot of shares available for me to short. 4 million. It's underneath the VWAP right now. Morning, Vito in our YouTube room. And the trade of the week. Guess what the trade of the week is, guys? It is Best Buy. BBY is the trade of the week. The trigger is 72.95, which is the high on Friday. No volume yet, 3,000 shares, but it will obviously pick up once, say, 9:30 open. ABAT. This is American Battery, isn't it? Yeah, American Battery. I haven't seen this one for a long time. So this is up, jumps after the DOE reinstates its $115 million grant. Okay. When its appeal with the U.S. Department of Energy, resulting in the reinstatement of its competitive grant award. Okay. Big news, obviously, for this company. Not a low float, 133 million in the float for ABAT. Right at the VWAP. QTEX, QTEX. Do not see any news on this one. It is not a quant, even though they've got that in their name. Well, it appears anyway. They're a specialty medical device company. Well, with the market putting in a bit of a recovery this morning from Friday's shellacking, let's take a look at the sectors, the major sectors, and let's take a look what is ripping this morning. So yeah, so SMH again was down a lot. These were just getting hammered. Communications, well, tech and SMH. So anyway, SMH leading the charge this morning. NLR, uranium, and the quants. Sorry, the nukes. But what's my guess? Silver is going to be at the bottom. No, maybe not. Silver's not the bottom. So consumer staples, the weakest sector as we speak. It's down 0.6%. Nothing dramatic. But these are healthcare. I mean, they're not super weak, but these are the ones that are in red right now. Whereas so the semis are ripping this morning. Okay, there's that Intel again. So Intel's dropping a little bit here, guys. Intel's only up 12% now. Okay, NPAA, MPAA, the motor car parts of America. Okay, could be interesting. It's over rallying on. So this is I'm sorry, William. I don't know if you actually posted in your beat raises and all. MPAA though looks like rallies on a profit beat, upbeat outlook. So it must be a beat raise for MPAA. No, this was not a drug failure. No, this is up a lot. TNGX is up a lot, up 49%. This is not a actually they lowered guidance really because so it's a positive headline, rallies on profit beat, upbeat outlook for new business. So that when I looked at that, I thought, okay, maybe they're guiding higher, but at any rate, it's up 34% right now, MPAA. Other one, shortable for me. It is shortable for me. 222,000 shares available. Must have been a substantial beat. It's 18 million in the float. Sitting right on the VWAP now. All right, let's see. STTK, sorry, STTK is leading this race right here. See if there's anything well, it could be interesting. The next high in the daily chart is well, I wish it were further away, but it is 567. 567. Underneath the VWAP, another one just underneath the VWAP. So OCC keeps making a high. Well, I'm sorry, not making a high now. All right, what else is here in the top 10 that maybe we FOFO, okay, FOFO up 24%. Had a nice little run for about 4 days, got up to 841. That was on Thursday, I guess, and then closed down here at 618. Another sell off. So yeah, it's above the close on Friday. That's why it looks like it looks better than it probably should be. But anyway, 547 is the high on Friday. Maybe if it takes that out later, then it can then it's got a nice little big void. Meanwhile, the SUNE, yeah, it's holding, guys. I mean, it is holding. It's a very low float, 102 million in the float. Some kind of a merger. They're going to retain SUNE as a stock symbol over the VWAP. And sort of room does it have? Well, on the weekly chart, the next high is 348. What did it get to this morning? Look what it got to this morning. Basically, right there. That's where it got to, and that's sort of that stalled it anyway for a while. But it is over the VWAP. Trying to run a little bit here. Massive amount of volume. Already turned the float over almost 25 times. So June the 12th. I guess that's on a Thursday. Okay, so the SpaceX IPO is on a Thursday. For some reason, I thought it was on a Friday. All right, guys, it's 9:29 plus 30 seconds. So let's have a great start to this trading week. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. OCC now is just on that VWAP, guys, right on the VWAP, OCC. Here we go. We're opened. Now, this should have quite a few stocks in it today. Give me one moment, guys. So we're going to see a lot of stocks that look like this, of course. Look at the ASST. Most stocks are going to have a big red candle on for Friday, and then we're going to have a recovery today. For how long, we don't know, of course, but that is we're going to see a lot of stocks that look like this. And there's the ASST as an example. Whoa, OCC giving it up. OCC now giving it up, guys. Underneath the VWAP. This is only it's an earnings play. A lot of volume. And our first halt of the week, guys, HUBC halted on the way down, okay? Hub Cybersecurity halted on the way down. And the TNGX, so some of these high flyers, OCC and the TNGX, the MPAA, ABAT, they're all fading. Right now, anyway. They're all oh, look at that S dot. S dot has no quit in it. Look at that. The high Friday was 1660, almost there. No quit in this one. Now, I will say this, though. It got up to 1660 and it closed down here at 12. So that's on Friday. So, yes, they were all up. But boy, if you just look at these bars, and you can see the high, and then you can see that little jet on the right. That's where they close. So the last 2 days, anyway, did not even come close to closing near the high. But it is now breaking out. The high is 1655, so it's above that high now. I always have to remember yeah, this is such a weird one to me. I mean, it's a restaurant chain business. I mean, it's not a bio, it's not crypto, it's not, well, crypto. What is crypto doing? Crypto, a bit of a recovery. It burst through, got over the 60,000 mark, back up to 63,000 after being underneath 60. NVO, I know you don't have this anymore, William. NVO on the way down. Not huge, but it's been, let's see, the low is around 41.87. So that's the next low looking left on the daily chart. And if it takes that out, that would have been Friday's low. So this is not rallying with the rest of the market. The next low looking left for Novo, 39.64. Oh, you still have Novo. Oh, excuse me. I thought you dumped it. Now you mentioned they have STI is doing a financing at quite a bit less than than the current price. Is that correct? Private placement priced above the market. 15, okay. Well, I mean, granted, 7 new patents on composite anode materials, space-based AI, lunar. Get it all in there, guys. All right. So here's our SPY, guys. Take a look at there's the VWAP. It'll be an interesting level. Well, we're getting a bit of a red bar to start. That's the first 5-minute bar. Testing the VWAP right now. Testing the VWAP. The Campbell's Company, CPB, for whatever reason, moved. Oh, it's an earnings play. So CPB is an earnings play, guys. CPB. and it is starting to drop. Yeah, Lays is still, yeah, it's an active stock still. LASE high on Friday was a little over 4. Oscar, a bit of a run here to reaffirm full year 2026 guidance. So they're going to reaffirm their full year guidance at some conference they're attending, I guess. They don't have earnings for quite a while. So, but that's Oscar, OSCR, ripping. The high, the last month's high was, it's almost there, 25.58, almost at almost at last month's high. Alto, another one moving here, guys. Not too much volume yet, but is picking up, starting to pick up. The next high looking left is a, call it 6. Okay, I mean it's 593. It's right there. Let's see on the weekly chart. It's the same same as the weekly chart, monthly chart. I don't know where there's any short term resistance. So we've got to go back to April of 2022. Yeah, April of 2022 before we see a high looking left of 741. So, there's room. Obviously, there is room for this one. And that is Alto. I don't see any news on it, but boy, TNGX really took a header. ZY short this one right now, 27.75. It broke down out of that consolidation underneath the VWAP. Oh, I'm glad I waited. I did not do it. Trying to pop back up over 28. Big level, I think, right here. Call it, well, a lot of consolidation around the 30 mark. I'm going to put a price alert there to see if it takes it out later. Doesn't look like it, though. It's definitely, I mean, that was a lot of consolidation, and now the people are just sort of selling it off. Silver play, guys. PAAS, silver play. See what it's doing. Well, again, a lot of stocks going to look exactly like this, big, giant red candles on Friday with a little recovery. Now, PAAS is coming right into the 200-day moving average. The 200-day is 48.93, so it's a little bit about 50 cents below. So that could easily stall it. Boy, look at SDOT. It's just I'm looking at if this number is correct. I mean, I'm looking at the short float percent, which is basically negligible. Probably not too many brokers have shorts available. I know Interactive Brokers does not, which is typical. Stock under a million in the float. And it just got halted. SDOT just got halted. So let's take a look at the potential open for SDOT. So again, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales. This blue window I am displaying is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. And that tells me the halt price, 1821 in red. And this column trying to tell me where it could potentially open. Typically, they are five. If you're not familiar with what's going on here, typically they are 5-minute halts. So it's called a volatility halt. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open. It was halted at 9:40 plus 31 seconds, so it'll open at 9:45 plus 31 seconds. Hey, just looking at some of the previous ones. So I guess the STI opened a little lower. Yeah, OSCR guys. I mean, this is definitely nice rippage for it. What did I say? April? I think April of 2022. The next high looking left for OCR. Oh, SCR. My inclination is to, potentially short this one. I mean, it's gone very parabolic. Basically, reaffirming full year guidance at some upcoming conference, or maybe no, it is to reaffirm. So I guess this is an upcoming conference. All right, guys, another one. Again, this is going to be broken record. Big red candle on or red bar in this case. Red bar on Friday. Recovery today. Next high looking left. This is got a lot of room. Now, what did it do this morning? Got up to 932. Pulled all the way back to 892. Over 9 right now. PURR. Man, what's the float in this one? Big float, 130. Like certainly not a low float stock. 134 million in the float. PURR. Well, if you have the my halts resume, well, mine, I mean, the halts resumes. It tell you have the time here, okay? If you can see what I'm pointing at, and so you just add 5 minutes of that, okay? I mean, I would say that's 98% of the time. Sometimes they're longer than 5-minute halts, but if it's not five, it's generally a multiple of five. So if it doesn't open after 5 minutes, it'll open after 10 minutes. But I would say that for the most part, they are 5-minute halts. All right, Per. Liking Per. PURR, guys. Okay, SDOT and S dot. So yeah, you can see it right to the second. I mean, S dot was halted at 9:40 plus 31 seconds, and it opened at 9:45 plus 31 seconds. So right to the second. Per guys, PURR. And I'm not telling anybody to buy or do what I do, but per. I don't know how much further it's going to go, but what I did was I resurrected this one just for today. I want to see what this is up big yesterday, down big, or up big yesterday, down today, or down big yesterday, up today. And we're going to see a lot. That's where I saw the per. Okay. And we're going to see a lot like that today. The down big yesterday being Friday, and up today. So this is it's not on my homepage. I can give people this if they want, but right now I decided to resurrect it for the day to see what's at. Here's an, obviously Galaxy, the same thing. Down big yesterday, up today. But for how long? I mean, because are we really thinking the market's going to completely recover from the debacle on Friday? I mean, right now we're challenging the VWAP, the SPY, anyways, challenging the VWAP. So the Qs are up 12, Dow's up 200, and the SPY's up 5. So that's what we're looking at right now. So again, these are when I used to run this one, they were more like scalp type plays. Like the per. I mean, I'm not hanging around these. This could be an interesting one, guys. So here's Oh, that's right, MRLN. So this one was up big on Friday, one of the few ones. Though, what did it do? It got up to 1023, closed down here at 859. So pretty big sell off, and now continuing that sell off, and that's MRLN. And this is not shortable for me, unfortunately, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, I have to make sure before people ask me, yeah, there are no Holly alerts yet, no AI alerts yet. Again, they don't have to be at 9:40, but this is what I'm talking about. So there are no alerts yet. The earliest alert would have been at 9:40. There's nothing yet. Okay, INHD resumed. It got halted at 204 and it just exploded. It got up to what, 237? And I remember this one now. Yeah. Remember, this is no, guys, if you're looking at this, no, the stock never hit $9,500. This is multiple reverse splits, one of these little China stocks. Well, yeah, Lay's is LASE. What do they do again? Manufacturing, research, and development. So they okay. At least they do. It looks like they do what it makes sense they do. Laser. The next high looking left is on the daily chart is a little over 4. That's what happened on Friday. A little over 4. The SPY is right hanging around the VWAP, guys. That purple line hanging around the VWAP. Too bad. Not shortable for me. MRLN. Okay, NTCL guys. So the high of Thursday is 250. So it's almost right there. Thoughts on rum with the current news? I know nothing about. Well, I know what rum does, but I don't know what the current news is. Bounces back. Landmark GPU deal keeps bulls engaged after Friday's drubbing. Okay, $270 million multi-year GPU deal with Together AI. Never heard of it. Never heard of them, but obviously, yeah. I mean, the market's liking it, though they didn't on Friday. I guess that was announced on Friday, but no, hardly any stocks. The best thing you can say right now about it's over the Friday high, and of course, it's got a ton of room. So Galaxy guys, this is a big data center play. I think they're in. I think they have data centers in Texas. I think headquartered in New York, but I think their big deal is data centers in Texas. So Galaxy GLXY, obviously a ton of room. $30 next high. Looking left. Not saying it's getting there. And when I say that, don't think I'm saying, oh, it's got it. Well, if he's saying the next high is up here, then I guess it's going to get there. No, no. It's just that there's no short-term chart resistance. Well, so this is see how well it holds at 28. That's a big pop. This is I'm talking about the GLXY. And again, it's in this scan. Well, it's in a lot of scans. I mean, here's in the race. It's in here. The compare count. Boy, TNGX does not look promising anymore. I thought I was looking to see if it would take out 28 again. I mean, it might, but there's the VWAP. It's underneath the VWAP, and it's definitely in a downturn right now. Okay. Do I short it right now? 27.70, 27.92 is the bid ask. Okay, that's the bid ask. A little bit, I'd like to see it no more than a dime. Well, I guess I should have shorted it. I did not short it, but it's moving down. TNGX. Bath and Body Works. I'm always surprised at this one, but anyway, BBWI. The next high looking left on the daily chart, not that far away, $18. This could be an interesting short if it fizzles out. Okay. I mean, 18 is the high on Friday. But if it does take that out, 1842, I don't think there's any news on this one. Yeah, I'm going to have to check. There are no alerts yet, which is a little bit strange. So I'm just going to go to our, going to ask the guys, see if there's anything going on with that. All right, I've alerted them just in case we did have that issue. I don't know, about 3 weeks ago, one day. So anyway, I've alerted them to make sure that there's not a server issue. Boy, I should have shorted. Well, I didn't know. If I knew, then I would have done it, right? But look at the TNGX now, guys. The TNGX. All right, what time is it now? 9:59. Yeah, I think there could be something going on with our AI today. But it is 10 o'clock, and there is a bit of a promo on right now. So let me go over my homepage, and I'll explain what this promo is. Okay, now this is very strangely worded, okay, but I want to explain it, okay? So they're trying to get a little cute, I guess, here. So if you use Barry 100, you'll get, if you take out a premium annual subscription, you'd get 27% off, okay? Which, amounts to 100 days free, okay, over the course of the year, okay? So if you use Barry 100, you'll get 27% off a premium annual subscription. The rest of them, a premium monthly or a standard monthly or a standard annual, you'll get 15%. Okay, so if any questions about it, just let me know. And all I ask, if you do take out a subscription, please use my code. Whenever it does, I mean, I'm not saying you have to do it now or today, but if anytime in the future, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, and if you use my code, it helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating the YouTube room and the trading room. Okay. So if you're in YouTube right now, wondering what this room is, this is free also. Just a lot more action in this room, interaction amongst other traders. Also, this room is open at 6:45. This room, the trading room, open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, thank you, Obi, for doing that. So if you want to come into a room that traders are talking about what's happening in the pre-market, come into this room. Okay, if you want to stay in YouTube, that's fine, but if you're looking for a lot more interaction with traders and an earlier open, come into this room. I don't get on the mic until about 9. But sometime between 9 and 9:15. Are you kidding about, is there a promo code? Here's the promo code. I don't know if you're kidding. Okay. Barry 100. You can use Barry 100 and that'll get you 27% off a premium annual subscription. The rest of the subscriptions, the 2 monthlies and the standard annual, you can use this code and you get 15% off. Okay. Okay, just a quick question. How did I set up the charts? The 5 and the 15 and that's just a matter of, you have, well, do you have if you have trade ideas, I mean, you probably have a chart. All you have to do is duplicate the chart, keep duplicating it, and then change the time frame. Okay, so here's my 15-minute chart. If I'm going to duplicate it just to show you. Duplicate it, and so here's a 15-minute. So if I duplicate the chart, now I've got 2 charts, but I obviously want to change the time frame and go up to the little clock there. I'll change it to 2-minute. I mean, that's all you have to do. Okay. And you just keep duplicating the chart, changing the time frame, so you get the number of charts that you want. You don't have to have, like I have a 5 and a 15 weekly, daily, monthly, but people's time frames it's sort of a personal thing. I mean, there are people that just want to have a 1-minute or 2-minute chart and they don't care about a weekly and a daily and monthly. That's up to you, of course. So these buy and sell signals you see, they're part of, let me continue on my homepage, but it's part of the standard service, and it's called TI Wave, okay? And you can add it to your charts if you want. Well, just let me keep going here for a minute. Okay, so if you've clicked on my homepage link and keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And the trade of the week this week is Best Buy, BBY. And I think William says, I think it triggered. The trigger was 72.95. Yeah, so yeah, it triggered. How you trade it, if you trade it, up to you, okay? These are designed for longer term holds, but it did trigger 72.95, which I believe was the high of Friday. It was not the high of Friday. It was the high of Thursday, I guess. Anyway, it triggered. Okay. How you trade it, if you trade it, it's up to you. Education. If you're going to take out a subscription, this is mandatory. You do this first. Okay. Getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. Now, if you're thinking about it, wondering if this program is right for you, start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not you want to at least try it. So you can try this for a month. You don't like it, unsubscribe. Okay? And back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. If you're new to trading, 15 of them. And last, if you're looking for my scans, races, etc., that I'm currently sharing, you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are, custom scans. So here are the two races. The large cap race is here. The other race, this race here is a volatile race. And down here, my halts resumes. Okay. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. And then I have four other scans on my homepage that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them if you want. A momentum scan, a gap scanner, Pepe combo, and the William up down, 25 cents. I don't have any of these up and running right now. I do have this one though, the upside versus downside movers. I do have it. It's right here. That's what it looks like. But you can ask me questions about the scans, trade ideas. If you have an accounting question, more than likely I can't help you, but I can direct you to the people who can. So yes, both of these rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I'm busy doing something, either in a trade, I have to, have 100% devotion to it. I'll let you know. So the question was, how do you get the buy and sell signals on the charts? Okay, that was from our YouTube room. So this is what we call trade wave. So for anybody who's interested in having now you can, okay, having the wave on your charts, the first step is this. I'm gonna take my daily chart. I'm gonna expand it so make it a little bit easier to see. So the first thing that has to happen is when you have to right click on your chart. And you see where it says use browser interface? If that's checked already, then don't uncheck it. It's a toggle on and off. But if this is not checked, the first thing you have to do is check it. So the minute I check it, now the wave appears only because I've done this before on the daily chart, okay? But you will not have the wave appearing yet. Hopefully, when you do this, when you right click and click on use browser interface, hopefully when you do that, there's a series of icons that are at the top of the chart, and there's an anchor icon. Right to the left of it are the indicator icons. Okay, so all you do is you click on it, and one of the options is TI wave. So if you click on it, now I'll click on it, it's a toggle on and off. So if I click on it now, the wave will disappear. So I go back, of course, and I want to have it up and running again. So you click on that and TI wave, and now you get your wave. Okay. Now, depends on the version of Trade Ideas you're on. Some of you, when you do that browser interface, you might see FX. You might see FX. Depends on the version of Trade Ideas you're on, but hopefully most of you are on one of the later versions. So you'll see this indicator icon. Well, a momentum scan is, you can look at them. I actually asked, I know you asked that question on Friday, but I answered, but I guess you were gone. You can try the momentum scan. I mean, it's based on volume, okay, from my homepage. It's based on, the big volume burst, okay, on my homepage. So look at Momo. So now, the only reason why you wouldn't see this also, if your chart is too small, okay? You see how I've shrunk the chart and I don't see the icons up here? So make sure the chart is big enough so you see the icons. Okay, you might have to, stretch out your chart a bit. Now, once you've got the wave on, you can shrink the chart back down to wherever you want. Okay? Okay, so if any questions about adding it, just let me know. It's part of the standard service. Now, what you cannot get, which we're hoping to get sometime in the future, is an alert when you get a buy or a sell flag, okay? Like a real-time alert. So if you're saying, well, how could I see that when it happened? You can't. What is going on here? Just give me a moment, guys. So how I use the wave though, it's not so much that I have to see a buy or a sell flag. It's if I clicked on an alert and I like what I saw, regardless of whether is a buy flag earlier on or not, then if I you say I'll see if I can have a better example. It's like MUR. I mean, it's early, okay? So these waves are a little bit. Let's take a look at FLNC. Yeah, so it's a little bit early, but if I'd been in this trade down here, so you see, there's no buy flag here. Then I hang on as the wave is still blue, until it starts turning orange, or until I will take some off if one of the bars sort of pokes, like gets into the wave in a big deal, into the, and especially if it moved down to the bottom, okay, then I would probably take some off. Not everything though. That's how I use the wave. And of course the reverse is true. So, look at this. If I had taken this short up here, there's no reason to get out of this. No reason at all to get out of this short it wasn't available for me. I was hoping it was, but it was not available for me to short at Interactive Brokers. You just follow the wave down, okay, till if one of these bars had poked, like got into the middle of the wave, like up here, certainly if it somehow poked its head above the top of the wave, I would take some off, but not necessarily everything. Whereas in the past, I probably would have taken everything off. Now I try to just hold on and let the wave let me know when to finally make a transition out. That's how I use it. It's just a nice visual presentation, I find, okay? And I don't use it on the daily, weekly, monthly. You can, but I don't because I'm only interested intraday. Boy, this INHD, wow. That was the one today, guys, obviously. It's interesting because it really didn't do anything in the pre-market. And if you're looking for news on this one, you won't find any. Just a low flow China stock that, you know what, it's in favor again for a while as a trading vehicle. No, no. Okay, you don't want to go to indicator manager. You should see TI wave right on the top. Zan, okay? You see what I'm doing? I'm clicking. First of all, do you have the same icons that I'm pointing at? You see the little anchor, or little anchor, and then to the left of it, okay? To the left of it is the indicator icon. When you click on it, the top option should be TI wave. I see indicator manager, but the top option should be TI wave that you click on. Remember, don't click here on indicators, okay? Indicators. It's not in here. It's up here. So do you see that icon? Now, again, if you don't see this icon, but you see FX, and that's what you're going to click on. It all depends on the version of trade ideas you're on. So you may see FX, in which case you'd click on that. But I mean, hopefully, if again, I just need an answer from you. Can you see the anchor that I'm pointing at to the left of it? If the icon looks like this, then you absolutely should have TI wave at the top as an option to click on. Oh, good. Okay, great. It's FX for you. Okay. Yeah, you should probably get a later version of Trade Ideas. I mean, it's certainly available, but if you want to stick with the version, I mean, it's okay to stick with the version you got, but that's what makes it difficult for me sometimes, because people aren't on the latest version. Yeah, OCC is bouncing. You are absolutely right, El Cruz. I have that one thumbnailed, so I do see the big bounce. That's a big bounce. That is a big bounce. That's an earnings play, OCC. I got down to 17, and then it tore through the VWAP. You can see that tore through the VWAP. Now, will it continue? Well, the Galaxy really kept moving here, guys. The GLXY down big yesterday, up today. All right. Well, actually, let me see what's happening now with the sectors. Sorry, with the sectors. Okay. Now that we're having a bit of a pullback in the market, okay, let's see what's happening with the sectors. Well, in fact, let's go right to the channel. So I'm going to click on new from the toolbar, new from the toolbar. Click on docked channel bar, not channel bar, docked channel bar. I'm going to click on the show more. These are all theme-based channels that we've got. I'm going to click on the show more, scroll down, sector status. So as we saw in the pre-market, SMH was the top sector. Okay. XLK communications was still, sorry, yeah, tech was still, but they're dropping. I mean, as you can see, as the SPY is dropping somewhat, these were leading the charge. But anyway, top list. This is a top list window. This and we're looking at these sectors in that top list window. Not every single sector is in here, but most of the major sectors are in this top list window. So again, SMH is the top sector, up 3.8%. The semis, okay. And if you scroll down, XLC communications, interesting, the worst one. Okay, not horrible, horrible, but it is the worst performing sector right now. Communications. So what we do have here, these top list windows, we're covering the major sectors, the ones that start with X anyway. So you can see, I'm looking, okay, here's energy as an example. So energy, BKR is the top performing stock in the energy sector, XLE anyway, but there are some stocks that are down. So, the idea is go down here and KMI, not horrible. I mean, it's a little bit below Friday's close. Nothing. But what if EQT was down like 8% or something? You'd want to figure out, well, why? I wonder. When most of the stocks in the sector are up. Same thing with retail. And wow, ANF, big day. ANF, big day. I think it had earnings May 27th, so not that long ago. So ANF's having a big, big day. And here's Best Buy. Okay, Best Buy's having a nice day also. Good trigger, 72.95. So yeah, in the money. This is the trade of the week, guys. So the retail stocks, but there are some down. Let's go down here, and we're again nothing dramatically down, but five is down. Five's the worst sector or worst performing stock in this sector. So you can see how you might use this. Some of you are looking at this might think, wow, That's how I'm going to use trade ideas. I'm going to look at the. Okay, we did get a an alert from the AI now, guys. So I don't know if it was just late or just nothing triggered until now. Okay. Well, that galaxy just ripped. So again, some of you just that might be all you do. That might be all you do. Go to this sector status channel and take a look at the strong stock, the strongest stock in a sector, and look at the weakest stock in a sector. You know, you might figure out a way to trade them. Okay, just an idea. Just an idea. Okay, JJ. Yes. Hmm. Something's going on with my IB program. Okay, here's what you do, JJ, and anybody else listening. This is all I would have. Okay, up and running. Ooh. That's all I would have up and running for the AI alerts. Okay, it's called Strategy Trades All. Okay, so from the toolbar, click on New. Okay, and then click on. I have three that start, now. Never mind all this. I'm on a development version of the product, so I'm on a development version. That's why I have all this other stuff underneath. But there are three that start off with Premium AI. Okay, pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Okay. When you do that, you should see a window that looks something like this. You may have different column headers. Okay. But I mean, it'll look something like this. And 100% do this. When you see this filter, and more than likely, when you load it, profitable will be checked. Now, you'll still see this one. Okay. Because profitable means it's over the entry, it's over the alert price. Okay. That's what that means. But you don't want to have it checked because there's only one alert, so I don't have it. Let's just say that OCC, here's the stop, okay? 1934. If OCC at any time, and it may not happen, but if it hits the stop and then comes halfway between the stop price and the alert price, which in this case, did it actually do that? That might have done that. Just give me a moment. I want to see this. Oh, it did. I think I see what happened. 16 is here. Yeah, unfortunately, this alert was late. I apologize. You know, something's got screwed up in the AI today because what happened is we had the alert at 1994, but it actually hit the stop and then it came halfway between the stop price and the which is the reentry price. You want to have that column. The column you'll see, but the problem is, hopefully another one will come by. If you have profitable checked, like I do here, and the stock hits that stop price and then comes halfway between the stop price and the original alert price, you'll never see it. Okay, because it's looking at this. Of course, the reentry price is always going to be underneath that original alert price. Yeah, I know. I just want to make sure people uncheck it. I think in the next version of the next version of TI, they're going to make sure it's not checked. That was the default. It's ridiculous that it was checked because then you don't see this. Now, take this window, okay, Jay. Obviously, what you do is you take this window and make sure you incorporate it as part of your layout, and then you don't have to go through. You don't have to load it every day. And again, I think there was a problem today. Normally, we'd have alerts earlier than this 10:16. The earliest alert would be 9:40. The earliest. It does not do anything in the pre-market, nor no after hour, no not after hours also. So the earliest alert would be 9:40. Doesn't mean you'd get one right at 9:40. Boy, this INHD. Boy, boy, boy. And Galaxy. I was also watching some podcast on the weekend, and the guy, I think he was quite heavily invested in Galaxy, and he was talking about the data center in Texas and all. I don't think he was like some kind of a guru or anything, but boy, this is I'm sure he's happy this morning. Again, all to do with data centers, and it still has room. I mean, the next high is $30, a little over $30 for GLXY. All right, guys. Well, INHD obviously has got a ton of room. I mean, the weekly high is over here at $26. How many times has it been halted? Actually, I'm surprised. I would have thought it'd been halted many times, but only 3 times so far. All right. Well, a little recovery now for the SPY. So we had the little downturn, but there's the VWAP, and it's over the VWAP again. So yes, you use my code. Thank you, JJ. Appreciate it. So I think SPHL got halted on the way down and then halted on the way up, perhaps. Broken record, but look at this Galaxy Go, guys. Now, this is shortable for me. It runs out of steam here, but it is now broken through 29. Again, the next high looking left on the daily is 30.23. So there's still, a little over $1 to that next high. Not saying it's getting there, but I mean, there's no real chart resistance. The only resistance are people taking profit right now because, I mean, it's definitely gone parabolic. Well, I think it's gone parabolic. And the way I look at something gone parabolic, when the bottom of the bar is not touching the top of the wave. Actually, I saw wealth filtering by on that compare count window. Lionsgate. Now, I haven't seen this one for a while. A big famous studio, but it's also located in Vancouver. Why Lionsgate? Because there's a pretty famous bridge in Vancouver called the Lionsgate Bridge. So hence Lionsgate Studios core. Well, you really have to resist this, I mean, the fear of missing out, the old FOMO with INHD. If you think, my gosh, why didn't I take some down here at 248? Now here's another one. Again, not we did not see this in the pre-market. At least I did not see this in the pre-market. RYET, another one of these China stocks. Look at the volume, low float, 3.5 million in the float. RYET. It looks a lot like the INHD, doesn't it? But let's take a look at where it could go. Okay, so on a monthly chart, it looks like there's a high here. $1.80. So there's a high there, $1.80, $1.70. So we're right there. So the next high in a monthly chart is $21. So we're not saying it's going to get there, but this is a has a looks a lot like the INHD. Okay, guys, give me one moment. Okay, guys. Oops. Okay, guys, I'm back, and the RYET just got halted. Oh, on the way down, I think though. RYET got halted. Yeah, I got halted on the way down. Ooh, this is not a good looking open here. Look at this. So 140, 110. Again, blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from interactive brokers. I know I have to repeat myself every day, but I get like, where do we find that screen in trade ideas? Well, this is interactive brokers, time and sales. Halt price 140. Call. I'm trying to show you where it could open. Okay. And if you have interactive brokers, just do a search on time and sales, and you will find it. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. Just okay. Is Lay's over four? And the answer is not quite, but getting there. Well, I don't know. I mean, you should have this. This is just time and sales. Okay. So you might not have this NBBO. Okay. You're going to have to, I mean, I think in this column, display, maybe you haven't got that checked. Okay. So if you got this window open, if you right click on it, that I mean, I haven't done anything with this in 10 years, 11 years. So I'm surprised it's not the default. Okay. Yes, the last bit of the coffee. Yes. Boy, this Galaxy just yeah, it's pretty simple. Just right click on the if you've got obviously you've got this window up, just right click on it and make sure in the display, I guess you just have to check. Now you might have to stretch out your window also, make sure you can see these columns, but I mean make sure that's checked. Okay. Display, NBBO. Oh man, was this shortable for me? Yes, it was shortable for me. When we looked at this one earlier, and this was just really, really cratering here. STTK. Meanwhile, INHD now. Okay, little pullback, a little bit of a pullback. Let's go over this race, okay? This is a volatile race where you're going to see most of the movers of the day are going to be in here. Okay, the big percentage movers of the day will more than likely be in here. Why? Well, I'll explain. So, excuse me. Before I keep going on this, I just have to show my homepage again, and I just have to direct people to the guide, okay? Because what I'm going to go over, I don't expect people to remember everything I say. So here in the guide is a great reference for you about TI stock racing. So if you click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top right here is our user guide, and then there's a whole section on TI stock racing, okay? TI stock racing right here. So I am all this is customizable. Everything I'm talking about is customizable. So the fact I'm running a 4-minute race, if you want to run a 5-minute race or a 3-minute race or a 10-minute race, you pick whatever time frame you want. I chose 4 minutes. So I'm running a 4-minute race. So the race, we're half a minute in, and as we speak, GRAN has moved the most percentage wise since the race began. It's up 3%. Now it's a cheap stock, so that 3% might not be a big dollar amount, but that's what's happening. So if you see something leading a race, click on it, see what's happening. You'll never know until you click on the symbol and just see if it makes sense for you to maybe take the trade now or put a price alert in an area you like. I mean, look at this grand. I mean, I don't know, I wouldn't take it because I'm looking left, and to me anyway, it looks like there's resistance in the weekly chart. But you may look at that very differently. But now look what's happened is it's not leading anymore. The lays is leading the race, even though it pulled back, but it popped a little bit. Okay, 3.2%. That's what these number. Oh, look at the S dot 7%. So you can see what's happening there, right there. So the stock doesn't have to be at the high of the day. It could have pulled back into an interesting level for you, maybe the VWAP, maybe a moving average that you like, and then it's starting to move. So these stocks don't necessarily have to be at the high of the day. could have had a big pullback, and then they're moving. So you can use this for pullback plays. Because you don't know, but you don't know what you're going to see until you click on the symbol. So a couple things. Again, you don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on it. You see something at the top here, click on it. Again, here's another cheap one. So it's up 5%, but that's only a nickel, but it's because it's a cheap stock, and that's why the percent looks a lot more. Look at this race right here. I'm not saying you will get some stocks that have moved 1%, okay, and above. Not often, though, okay, and I'll explain why when we look at this race in a little more detail, the large cap gainer race. So you again, yeah. Other thing is you don't have to wait for a stock to be at the top here. Like if you see something down here, click on it. Just see what's happening. It's in it's one of the stocks that is in the race. See what's happening. The T wave. You might look at this and go, "Wow, I like this." It came into the top of the wave. It got as high as 186. I'm not saying to take the trade, but you know what we're really trying to do here is again alert you to symbols, stocks that may be interesting to you. Depending, but there's all sorts of different trading styles out there. So again, it would be nice. What if it had come into the VWAP? Came all the way down into the VWAP. The VWAP held it, and then it bounced off it. Some of you are VWAP players. Take a look at the DLTH just over the whole number. Could be interesting. I mean, the VWAP, it's over the VWAP, kind of holding over the whole number. If a stock has won a race before, click on it. Let's take a look at the SUNE. I mean, here's one that, it's we don't know the direction right now, but it's certainly sitting on the VWAP. I mean, will the VWAP act as support? It's been trading around the VWAP for quite a while now. Will it act as support, or will it eventually plunge through? And that it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. But if you had shorts available, you might look at that and go, wow, if it plunges through, maybe I take a short. Okay, so click on anything that's won a race before. Just click on it and see what's happening. At the S dot, if you clicked on it earlier, a little bit earlier, and you'd seen this move into the VWAP, you may have looked at that and go, you know what? I'm going to take this trade. It moved above the VWAP, put my stop just below the VWAP, and see what happens. Now, it's a very risky thing because it's only 650,000 in the float, but I mean that's the idea, though. Okay. My job here is not to tell you what to trade, okay? My job is to maybe explain how you can use trade ideas to set up ideas that you like. Now, why are these stocks showing up here? Well, all races start from a top list window. If I right click in the body of this race, one of the options is open top list. So I'm going to open the top list. All races start from a top list window. Watch what happens when I right click in this top list window. I have an option that says launch real-time stock race, okay? So all races start from a top list window. So you can create your own top list window. My top list window right here. Why I'm seeing these stocks? Because if I right click and click on the configure summary, and this is what I'm looking for, okay? In this race, I'm looking, or in this top list window, as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, has traded at least 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be in this list of stocks. Now I've capped it at 50. Okay, there would be other stocks meeting the requirements, but I decided just to say, I only want to see the top 50. Ever play the bounce? Not often. JJ, doesn't mean it's not a good idea though. So what I've done is I've sorted on the change from the close. So the way a top list window can be used is if you wanted to see, if you said, well, I want to see the stocks that are up the most today, based on your filter requirements, a price range you like, a minimum volume, things like that. So as long as you have the column header, which I do, the change from the close percent. So if you double left click, you can sort them. So INHD is up 250% from Friday's close. Riot or well, not Riot, RYET, not this other stock, Riot, is up 132% all the way down here. Okay. If I wanted to see the stock that's moved the most from its opening trade of the day, that's the change. That's what that means. The oil change from the open percent. INHD the same. It is leading the charge in both. But this is what the race does. The race does not care where the stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is when the race started, what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. Now, because these stocks are so active, you're going to see them all day long, more than likely, either leading a race or certainly in this list of stocks. Okay, just makes sense because look how active these stocks are. INHD, anything that's up 230% with a lot of volume, you're at 93 million shares, which is 402 times normal. So it makes sense. You're going to see these stocks a lot in the race. However, it doesn't mean that, here's fund down here up 8%. If all of a sudden, for whatever reason, fund started to move, it's up 8%, 10%, 12%, moving up this list, how would you know? Well, you don't have to stare at a list of stocks. That's what the race does for you. Again, it doesn't discriminate. It could be something that's starting like Stack is a great idea or a great one to look at because this has been a super active stock the last few days, and so it's only up 3%. What if all of a sudden the buyers came charging back into this? How would you know? Well, you'd see it moving up in the list of stocks. Okay, in the race. So hopefully it's making sense that you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. You could take this top list window and if you don't want to do anything, start it from scratch and just make adjustments. Adjustments could be, I don't like that price range. I want a different price range. Maybe I like between 1 and 10. Maybe I want between 10 and 100. Whatever. Maybe you want the change from the close to be higher, or maybe you don't care about that. Maybe you want the minimum volume to be higher. Maybe you don't care about that. Maybe if you have any trading experience at all, maybe you have some favorite filters you might want to add. Go ahead, run your race based on that. So this one is it's the same concept of a race. Let's take a look at this top list window. So you see how not nearly as many stocks in here. Still the same concept though. You can sort on it. So Galaxy, this one we've been talking about all morning, is up 17%. So these are large cap gainers. So what's the big difference between this race and this race? If I right click and show you what I want to see. So now I've got a bit of a different price range. I want to see stocks between $10 and $70. The 200,000 shares is still there. The up 2% from yesterday's close, Friday's close is still there. But this is the key. These are the key differences. Position in range. So that we have a lot of position and range filters. Okay, this is the position in the day's range. So I've got 95 here. If I had 100 there, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day. The daily candle would be right at the high of the day. So at 95, these are stocks that are going to be, certainly near the high of the day. Also, the float has to be a minimum of 50 million, and the market cap has to be a minimum of 500 million. These three filters are not in here. So that's why, you're just not getting as many stocks. Now, this is not a static list. What happens is over the course of the day, and if I keep staring at this, I'm sure we could see a change. Stocks that meet the filter requirements, but now maybe let's see what happened. We lost some because they're not meeting the filter requirements anymore. More than likely, it's because they're not at that 95% that I said, 95. Maybe they're only at 94. Okay, so they're not quite. So but again, it's not a static list. Stocks will come in and out of this all day long. They will here too, but it's a little more dramatic here because of those filters that I'm using. So if you have any questions about why the stocks are coming in and out, it's, again, I'll just show you. So what happens is, maybe a stock, maybe now it's only 94% above the low of the daily candle. Another one could be, it has to be up at least 2%. Maybe now it's dropped a bit. Maybe it's only 1%, 1.9% above yesterday's close. Okay, so it's all that's why stocks can come in and out of this race all day long. And I forgot maybe one of the key elements. It automatically creates a top 10 list for you to focus on. The stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So in this race, right in this race here, OCC has won 6 races, INHG 6, etc. Okay, and a top 10 list is built of the stocks that have won the most races. Here we go. Galaxy's won 3 races, but there's a top 10 list built here. So why is that important? Well, it gives you some focus then. If all you wanted to do now was to concentrate on these stocks, that's a great way to use trade ideas. It could be the large cap race, or it could be the volatile race. If you're just starting out trading, though, I would probably stick with something like this. These are a lot more exciting, but with excitement comes danger. And these stocks that are moving up rapidly can move down equally as rapidly or more so. These are just a little, well, not a little, they're less volatile. Doesn't mean you won't have some big pullback sometimes, but they're just less volatile. Look how beautiful Galaxy has been all day, basically all day long, hugging the bottom of the bars, or hugging the top of the wave. Now, it could be coming into resistance here, guys. I mean, there's the $30.23 mark. $30 could, it's a whole number. It's a fairly substantial whole number. So, but also looking left, 30.23. So, I mean, we may be getting into a short opportunity here. Oh, you're talking about that, rarely triggers an NPT. You're going to see a lot of consolidation. Yeah, so he doesn't get very many alerts because they look at the consolidation. I don't know how many days you're going back. But as William says, it rarely triggers. Okay, guys, it's very strange to me that there's only 2 stock. Well, a couple of other ones, but the Galaxy and the INHD are the only stocks over and over and over again in this scan. I would have thought there'd be, with the market up today, I would have thought there'd be a lot more, because what that scan is looking for is stocks that were down the day before, a certain percentage, and then up today, which, so many stocks should be like that. But I guess, they're not meeting all the filter requirements. Aha! Keep an eye on that, guys. ABAT. It is now. Where did I see it? Yeah, I mean, it's now through the VWAP. Okay, it's through the VWAP. It was a very active one in the pre-market. Well, I know I saw it. I don't have a thumbnail. So, I do have a thumbnail. That's why I have this one of these ones that are thumbnailed on my other monitor. So I did see it. Just over 4 now, over the VWAP, and the next high looking left. It's above those 2 highs. That is one of my scans. Yeah, it's not on my homepage. I can give it to you if you want. It's just stocks. If it's in this, I'm just surprised there are not more alerts. So a stock that was down the day before a certain amount, and now today it's up, or a stock that was up a certain amount the day before, and now it's down today. Just sort of reversals. Okay, I will share it. I just trying to see why there's not that many alerts here, though. Ah, I know why. I've got a custom formula in there. I'm going to take it out because the custom formulas do not, unfortunately, they do not translate. I cannot copy them to your, but what I'll do now, okay, but here you can have it. Yeah, some more are coming in now that I got rid of that custom formula. Like a bat, ABAT is coming in. Okay, guys. Well, Galaxy. I mean, this is the moment of truth right here. I mean, look at that high right there, 30.23. I mean, is it really going to take that out? I mean, Morgan Stanley Wealth Management and Galaxy Digital announced referral capability for in-kind creation of spot crypto ETP shares. So maybe that's the reason why this one is moving today. It's not just about the data centers. Meanwhile, the SPY, yeah, I mean, the SPY had that looked like it was going to, give up quite a bit, but not now. Not now. Look at the Qs up 16 points. Well, Galaxy's right at that high. I mean, right at that daily high, 30.23. And it literally got to 30.28. So it's a multi-strategy window, okay? So what all that means is it has a two it has the up big yesterday, but down big today, up down big yesterday, up big today. Okay, so if it's in orange, if it's in powder blue, it's a stock that was down and now today it's up. And if it's in must be an ETF. If it's in yellow, that means the stock was actually up the day before, which is not too many, but this is an ETF, and then down today. Now remember, just because you get an alert, it doesn't mean you just dive into the trade. But at least it's giving you an idea. Well, I guess I should have taken the bat. I was talking about it enough. I guess I should have taken it when it tore through the VWAP, got a little over 4. Boy, look at the S dot. Man, oh man. Where is the next high in a monthly chart? Can't see it on, well, you can see it. You can see it on the weekly chart. The next high is $32. Well, glad I didn't try to short this galaxy at that high here. I mean, it just tore right through it. So now your next high, looking left for GLXY, is 30.94. So you see how the wave is just keeping you in the trade. You know, it has not transit. Now, the only no, I mean, even if I went to a lower time frame, because you will get different looks on the different time frames. Okay, but in this case, there's no way. If even I went to a 1 minute chart, my guess is that there's nothing orange. Yeah, even there's just a glimmer right there of orange. But okay, consistency in our YouTube room is typing in Piper. I haven't seen that one at all today. What price is this? Way under $1? No, Piper Sandler. Interesting. I don't think I've really ever seen this one. Monthly high. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah. So I mean, the next high on a daily chart, 79.60. So a little bit of room, a little over $1. So rather than my trying to explain it, 162, if you click on new from the toolbar, okay, it's EMA and SMA crosses and all that, okay. But if you click on new from the toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, one of the channels here is called Ripster Rippers. Click on that, and a video is going to pop up somewhere for you. And this video is about a 5-minute long video, and it explains the concept of what the wave is based on. Okay. Now, if you don't see the video, it may be tucked in behind. You know, it all depends. I mean, obviously, I can see it right off the bat, but sometimes it could be tucked in behind your channel. If you have multiple monitors, it could be on another monitor. Okay. But it's there. It is there somewhere, because I think on mine anyway, it launches immediately and you hear Michael Noss talking. So anyway, it's about a 5-minute long video. It explains it in a far better way than I could. Okay. Meanwhile, INHD. Oh man. Again, if you're looking at this, you're looking at my chart here, and you look at a monthly chart, and you say, "My goodness, are you kidding me? This went up to $7,600 at one point, and $9,400." No, just a bunch of reverse splits. So it's reverse split adjusted, but it's in play today. You know, look at over the last few weeks, just had that massive spike up. That did spike up to literally 27. Yes. And I'm sure you will not find any news on it. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, there is news. Breaking news, guys. Trading higher after the company announced the execution of a development services agreement to develop a sales AI agent project with a total contracted service value of $3 million. Now, I don't think that this company, we could never find any news on it, but okay, here's your news on it. Again, should it be up 385% on that news? Of course not. But at least there is something, some little sketch of news. And of course, now it's leading the charge here. It's won 8 races. Galaxy is now maybe now. You know what? It may. Well, I'm going to put a price alert under 30 for this one in case it breaks down under $30 for the GLXY. So it's more than just the fact that it's that it had some news with Morgan Stanley and Morgan Stanley Wealth Management. All right, guys, it's 11:08. Pretty fast morning for me. 11:08. So at noon Eastern time, I will take a break. So a little over 50 minutes, 50 minutes from now. Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room. He'll be there between 12 and 1. And I just confirmation it'll be him. All right, guys. Am I interested in this one? ZVRA came into the VWAP, okay, over the whole number. What's the problem though? Well, it's not bad. I mean, the next high is 1144. I wish it were a lot. I wish the next high looking left on the daily was way up here at 12 because it could stall there. Under normal circumstances, I'd be very interested in this one. Normal, as if there were a lot more room, I'd be very interested in this one. Pull back into the VWAP, and it's over the whole number. It is, it's not a high float, not low float. For me, it's got a lot going for it. I just wish there was more room for it to run. Now, if I took this trade right now and I got to 1144, that'd be great. But a lot of people, if they're in this trade now, they may start bailing before that 1144 in case that does stall it. Okay. And look what it got you. And actually, you got right in. See, you got right to that high there. Call that 1140, and that high right there is 1144. So that's what happened earlier. It got into that daily high, and it stalled. So because of that, now there are some price. Okay, pretty aggressive price target. Cantor Fitzgerald raising it to 34 from 24 as a price target for ZVRA. And whatever this means, well, I don't know what the Orange Book is, but announces Orange Book listing of the Miplifa patent. This is a bio. So here's a situation where I'm so glad that Interactive Brokers does not have shorts for a stock like this. You might have thought here, here, here. Well, there would have been okay for a while, but here, I mean, it's hard to predict tops, guys, in my opinion, anyway. Especially in these crazy, crazy low floaters. Oh, give me a moment, please. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I might have to take off for about 5 minutes or so. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, it was a false alarm. Okay, so I guess obviously Ethereum is moving too. This is this is the Ethereum ETF. So with Bitcoin moving, Ethereum is moving. Doesn't trade very much. How's IBIT doing? Well, we know IBIT is having a bounce. We know that. But look at the difference in volume: 30 million shares, 30 million shares for IBIT. And your high looking left is 36.53. So it's getting close to that high. It's hard to look at it if you're not in it, isn't it? I mean, INHD is just it's ridiculous, but up now almost 500, almost 500% now. I think the interesting thing to me is that we didn't see this in the pre-market. I don't think we did anyway. I don't think I saw this one in the pre-market. It Yeah, no, look at that. It just, flat, 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 flat. It took till 9:30 before it did the pop. All right, I have to take a look at this MPAA, guys. I wonder if this is setting up as an interesting short here, okay? MPAA, this is an earnings play. And yeah, so this is okay, not yet, because look at this, it's 14. So there's your VWAP. That could hold it. Boy, a couple of stars. I mean, this you want to copy this wave, guys. I mean, or copy the chart. That's what you want to see a wave doing. I'm surprised it wouldn't, William. I'm just looking here at some of the highs. Yeah, pretty decent consolidation for a long time after the nonsense. The nonsense, which was back in, well, no, I didn't even, I don't know if you even saw this one here. Probably not. I think here, no. I'm looking at these prices. Okay. Again, these are reverse split adjusted. What will be interesting is if we see if this continues tomorrow or if this is truly just a 1 day flash. Now, it's on here. It's on here. It's here. Well, even in the Halls resumes. So I mean, there's all sorts of ways you could find INHD. Like I'm wondering if this RYET can sort of catch up a bit. I mean, it has a very similar look to it. Okay. When you look at the monthly chart and you see that huge spike up here, I don't know if that truly was, but it's a low float. It's a low float. And I'm sure there's no information on it or no news release. It's just a low float China stock, 29 million traded. I mean, with 3.5 in the float, eight. Now the other one is way, yeah, and the float turnover is 61. How do you do that? Divide 2.3 into 145, and you're going to get approximately 61. So the other one, while it is still a huge float turnover, it's 8. It's not even close to the other one. Keep an eye on the ABAT guys after the pullback into the VWAP, trying to hold anyway. The VWAP's around 4, call it 4. It's just a little choppy for me. I mean, the RY is just a little too choppy for me, right around that VWAP, and the wave is up and down, up and down, up and down. So it's just hard for me to commit to this. All right, this got a little bit of room. DTIL guys, the next high on a daily chart is 822, so it has a little bit of room to move before it hits that. Let's see if it's any news on this one. DTIL. Okay, who is putting this price target on it? I'm going to do a tease here. Price target maintained with a $60 share by who? Is it Wainwright? Ha! Yeah, Wainwright. I did not click on this before. I did not know it was 100% Wainwright, but they're the classic. Well, optimistic analysts. I mean, you have to laugh, don't you? I mean, the stock's at 771 and they're putting a $60 price target on it. All right, keep an eye on the TNGX, guys. I have it thumbnailed, so I do see what's going on with it. So it's trying to hold 28. But again, that VWAP. Well, maybe the VWAP act as a bit of a magnet. Okay, the VWAP's around 2860 or so. So maybe. You like that, John? Yeah. Well, it's true. Wainwright are the most aggressive of all the analysts out there with their price targets, and it seems ridiculous, but pops the stock. It pops the stock. And of course, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Broker, so I can't even attempt to take a short on this one, INHD. So some of the Bitcoin plays are moving. So here's Riot, a Riot, nice. Wow, it was actually down, and then a big V-shaped pattern right now for Riot. Wonder if Mara is doing the same thing. And the answer is not quite, sort of, but not quite. Riot was more pronounced on the way down. Well, let's see. IVT, what's this one doing? IVT. Now this is interesting. I mean, this is an all-time high. Is this like a REIT? I'm not sure if it can be classified as a REIT, but it's an all-time high. IVT. It's been on a roll. Probably not a low float, not high. Okay, guys. IDYA. What are they? Is there any news on this one? Don't see any news on it. It's a bio. Now I had this one. I probably put this price alert on Friday for the ACCL. And why would I do that? Might have been taking out a high of the day or something, but ACCL 210 is the next high, so it's got a little bit of room percentage wise. Same as the weekly, yeah. So the weekly candle, well, that's last week. So there's actually the high last week, 216. ACCL, another China stock. So you can kind of see what's happening. If you miss the INHD, you're looking for another little cheap little China stock, low float, to see if it can catch a little bit of magic too. China, as William pointed this one out earlier, NPT, another China stock, low float. Okay, guys, I have about half an hour left before I take my break at noon. Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room. Mentioned the TNGX, guys. So I don't know if anybody took it, but the TNGX was holding 28 and a nice little run now over the VWAP. We were wondering if, could the VWAP act as a bit of a magnet? And so far, yes, it did. And now it's over the VWAP, TNGX. B. Riley is putting it from 21 to 35 as a price target. Again, when I pop that news up, that is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. That's my news feed from Interactive Brokers. Ooh, could this be an interesting short, guys? A little pop-up here. Celanese, CE, old. Wonder if I can find out when they started. 1918, yeah, old company. CE. Why would I be interested? Underneath that whole number of 49, through the 200-day moving average, the next low looking left on a monthly chart, 46 something. But it had a little pop up. Maybe people were thinking, well, maybe that's the low, and it did pop up, got into the wave, and now just a little bit underneath the whole number of 49. I am going to look at this very, very closely. 49. I'd like to see it get down into maybe sort of the mid 80s. The mid 80s, clear that whole number a little bit more. Okay. And that is the CE. Oh, Galaxy finally had a pullback here, guys, and a pretty big one. Well, couple of underneath the whole, okay, underneath 30 now. Okay, guys, let's see if this Galaxy has any more legs down. Okay, I just had to pause there to get that short. No, it's a strong stock. So it's not like I'm expecting a massive collapse or anything. Maybe I can get a turn into the 60s somewhere, maybe. I might take myself out. I'm going to see how well it does. I don't want it to, 30 is definitely going to get me out. Anything a little bit above 30, I'm out. Okay, booted me out. Okay, I may take a look later if it gets down. And I had such a minor profit in it that I was hoping for a little bit more. So I'm going to take a look at it underneath 29 again or underneath 30 again. If it gets down to 29.77, I may take another short of it. This is the one. Did you played a bounce on this one probably, right, William? The WLTH. Knowing you, you probably took a bounce. Okay, well, it's moving down now underneath the VWAP, and the next low looking left on a monthly $7. Certainly has room there on the weekly. The same sort of thing, $7. Hmm. And there's a ton of shares available for me to short if I want to. How dynamic is it? Well, it's pretty good volume. Ah, no, I did not get back in it. I did not get back in the Galaxy, which I'm sure I'm going to regret, but I did not get back in it on the short side. And we have a bit of a downturn now, guys. So we had the nice little move up, and now a bit of a downturn through through the VWAP. Okay, the SPY, a little bit through it. Let's see what happens here. I'm going to put a price alert down here at 740. That would be a that'd be pretty. You'd like to see that maybe act as some kind of support. Otherwise, if it takes that out, we might be in for a longer day on the way down. Hmm. I actually tried to short this WLTH a little bit higher here, but it's down over 10%, and they would not give me a fill. There's plenty of shares available, but I went in at the bid, held it there for about 20 seconds. They would not fill me, so I'm just going to forget about it. Remember, a stock that is down over 10%. Sometimes it's hard to get a fill on a short. Ugh, another ugly one, guys. One that was whipping higher in the pre-market. NEXR. Look at the volume, 43 million underneath the dollar now. Got halted, opened underneath the dollar. The Galaxy is really starting to give a lot up now. So this could be one of those later on in the day, guys. It's RYET. If especially if it just kind of hangs around this area, it's sort of hanging at the VWAP area, and maybe it's to me it's pretty choppy. But maybe later on in the day, you get some enthusiasm in, and it really starts to run. Especially if INHD really starts giving it up, people bailing and looking for another one to sink their money into. Ooh, this has got some room, but a dollar, guys. So Toyo, Toyo. When I say room, the next low looking left is 12.99. Okay. So this has got some room. Bad spread. Look at the spread, 80.97. Forget about it. See, there's the monthly high. What did it get to? You got to 423, probably today. But the monthly high for a bat is 431. If it can take that out, the next high is 533. So I'm going to put a price alert in that area, the 433 level. And because I think it probably didn't quite get up there, but that is the next monthly high for ABAT. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the S dot is just not wanting to really collapse. And here's the TNGX, guys, near 30 now. The beautiful break over that 28 mark. Basically a $2 pop. Meanwhile, INHD. Oh, I see. So yeah, I don't know where. I'm just trying to see where I would have seen that news first. Maybe at 1046. Hunterbrook says Ensign Group numbers are a mirage and patient. Oh my gosh, and patients are dying. I mean, they better be, I mean, they put these things out, guys, and of course, they open themselves up to lawsuits and all that. So they're pretty, I guess they're pretty certain about what they're saying. I'm sure that Ensign is going to come out with some kind of rebuttal. Maybe not today, but tomorrow. Well, I did something I don't normally do, guys. I chase something. I'm out of it, but it worked out okay. But I chased something I don't normally do it. This showed up in the TNGX showed up in this scan, but it was quick. Now I'm still interested in it. If it maybe if it gets back over to this level, well, it already did. It already did. SPY dipping pretty good. I don't know. I don't see that. I see another little pop here, guys. The SPY trying to hold the VWAP. All right, guys. What time is it now? Another 15 minutes or so for me. So if you have any questions before I take my break, maybe I'll just quickly go over my homepage. So again, a strangely worded promo, but I'll just explain it. Okay, so you can get if you use this promo code Barry 100, you can get 27% off 27% off a premium annual subscription. Okay, using that Barry 100, 27% off a premium annual subscription. All the other subscriptions, the two monthlies or the standard premium, you can get 15% off using this code. Okay. So again, if you use this Barry 100, that'll get you 27% off a premium annual subscription. And if you're looking for my scans and all, here they are. The ones that I can share. I will share the other one, the up down, up big yesterday, down today, and the reversal. I can share that if you're interested. But these are the ones you can see: the large cap gainers, volatile race over here, the other race. And then the Halts resumes. But as you can see, I have other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. Have to make sure, yeah, I'm out of that TNGX. Make sure I got out of everything. No, no. PN guys, Skycore Solar Group. Okay. This is, I don't know if I've really seen this one before. Another China stock, low float, not a lot of volume yet, but is picking up. You can see ramping up. PN. Ooh, and there are shares available, but the fee rate is like 469. All right, where could this go? I mean, it looked like it got right into this level here, which is 509, and it got into 511. So that little high right there has stalled it somewhat. If it can break through that, and your next high is almost 6 on the daily chart. And that is for the PN guys. But you're in chase mode now. Now this might be sleepy good. Okay, the CE. This is underneath the 200-day moving average. Has a little bit of room on the monthly chart down to 46.68. So it's a couple of dollars on the monthly chart. And CE is weak, very weak stock. I don't know if there's any specific reason for it. Meanwhile, INHD obviously going to hit 10 sometime, right, guys? Believable. What did it get to? Got up to 940. So I'm saying, I mean, there's got to be people looking at this RYET. I would really watch. I mean, look, it may do nothing, but in the afternoon, maybe when the dust settles a little bit with the INHD, there could be people trying to pile into this one. I mean, it's already traded 41 million, almost 1,000 times relative volume. Click. Okay, click. Now click in the pre-market got up to 241. I believe that is at 7:30. So got up to 241 or so. So there's some room for this one to run. But what's that high right there? Yeah. I mean, the next high look, excuse me. So that's looking at the pre-market. Muted. Sorry about that. I had a sneeze that I. Yeah, so I was looking maybe to short this one, but the spread is not great. I'm talking this one meaning STI. Ooh, a bat. Hmm. But again, I just don't like the fact that there is this right here at 431. Now listen, click me, not listen to me, okay? CLIK. I mean, the next high is 222, okay? If it takes that out, it has a ton of room. So why not put a price alert around that 222 mark, okay, for the CLIK? Because if it takes that out, then look left, and it is a ton of room, 345 or so. Next high looking left. All right, what in the world is this one? So this started trading as ENHA. It might have been, looks based on the fact that it's $10, it almost looks like this was a SPAC or symbol name change. I doubt very much this was an IPO last month. And that is the ENHA. Another one with a high. Where's that high? To 390. So certainly, about 50 cents to that high. Anybody at with Interactive Brokers, could you have bought this one, NPT, or is this one of the one? And I found out really why Interactive Brokers is not going to do the same thing as Thinkorswim and all that, and allowing you to have a waiver. It was pretty involved, and they have their own clearinghouse and all that, and Schwab is a far bigger company, but that is the reason. Well, one of the reasons why IB is not going to, at least now anyway, not going to have that waiver saying, okay, as long as you sign a waiver digitally, or we'll let you buy some of these crazy low float stocks. Oh wow, 11:55, guys. I got to hurry up and get my announcement in, so I'll be taking a break pretty soon. Chris who usually shows up at maybe even a little before noon. Okay, guys, and the next thing to do is put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over and listen to Chris. If you want to, he'll be there in a little less than 5 minutes, probably, in our YouTube room. Here's the link to get into YouTube. You mean at IB? Yeah, yeah. I mean, if it'll just tell you we're not allowing you to trade it. Yeah, that there'll be a message that pops up. It doesn't say quite that message, but you'll know really soon if they allow you to trade it. You just won't execute. Yeah. And we're talking on the buy side. I mean, and we're not talking about the shorting. We're talking about on the buy side. All right, guys. So again, just waiting for Chris to show up. Well, I mentioned the PN earlier, and another rippage. I know these low flow China stocks now. I don't know again if I could have traded that at Interactive Brokers. Usually, like if Monica is around, she usually likes these little ones. So I'm wondering if anybody with IB, could you have traded this one, PN? Oh, you can. Okay, so see, it's not every single low flow China stock that they won't let you buy. I don't know. I was trying to figure out their criteria. I really still couldn't quite figure it out. Boy, I mean, I'm just talking about this one on this little breakout here, ENHA. Yeah, look at that break, guys. Wow. There's not a China stock. It's not super low flow, 20 million, not high, but it's certainly not low. But just breaking out. Enhanced game success, driving significant growth for live enhanced consumer platform. With FIFA coming, I'm wondering if, some of these, I don't know, these I don't think this is not a betting stock, or a gambling stock, but it's just for fun. See if FIFA has a that'd be wild if there were some company that actually had this as their stock symbol. I'm sure it would go crazy. And would have nothing to do with FIFA. Yeah, we got our first games in Vancouver on Friday. All right, I heard a little pop there, so I think Chris Farley is in our YouTube room right now. So, guys, in our main room, I put myself on mute. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Mr. FIFA himself, Christopher Farley.
I don't know about all that.
Are you into soccer at all, or football?
I'm not
into
really
that at all?
I don't do much of any sports, but back through like all the 2000s, let's say up until like 2016, from around 2000 2016, I was super into soccer, football, whatever people are calling it. These arguing to call it these days. I had Gold TV way back in the day.
Oh wow! Okay, so you were really into it.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I watched a lot of South American soccer, to be honest.
Oh wow! Okay.
So,
well, I get
but
into
I just
it,
don't follow it like
every
I
4
used to.
years.
Yeah, now
every 4
exactly.
years.
I'm a fair weather fan in that sense, where the Copa America, UEFA Cup, and whatever else comes up. And
look at you tossing around those acronyms.
Oh,
Well, yeah. Well, with Vancouver, we're one of the host cities, so it's there's
that's right. That's exciting. So. That's exciting. So you've obviously got tickets. 50,
we're going every single game.
Right in the middle of the stadium, right?
Yeah, $10,000 a ticket. Absolutely. Why not?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, that's because, of course, I sunk my life holdings into INHD this morning, and
right.
So, isn't that crazy?
And
stuff?
now it's time for Ferraris, Jaguars, hot tubs, and FIFA World Cup tickets.
Well, that's me, Mr. Ostentatious. himself. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here.
Go take a break.
Yeah, we'll see you in about an hour.
Sounds good, Barry. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
I'll see you then. All right, everybody. Happy Monday to you all. Barry making his way to a break. We should have eyes on my screen now. Looks good. I assume with my back and forth with Barry, the sound is good. Hey, Daryl, how are you? Happy to see you here. Thank you. Thank you. Happy Monday to you. Happy Monday to everybody. So as per usual, folks, we do this as a open forum, no pre-done content. As I continuously say on these, I prefer it when you folks drive the content with your questions, what you're looking for with software. I think that is what works best. Of course, if I'm getting the silent treatment, no one's asking anything. Do my best to keep this informative and engaging relative to Trade Ideas software and the market. With all that said, come one, come all with the questions. Don't be shy. Get them in here. Don't leave me hanging, please. Don't leave me hanging. Giving a moment for the questions to come in. See what we got. I guess nothing for a moment. All right, fair enough. What do we talk about today, folks, right? Nothing specific to it at the moment. Regarding to how close with alerts and the money machine or anything like that. You know, I've heard talk of it, but not any kind of specific we're close, we're not close or anything like that. Are we doing mostly day trades here or also some swing here? Well, I'm personally a swing trader, but this open forum here is a Q&A for Trade Ideas software. So we have people that swing trade, day trade. I'm sure we have people that do both. The idea is our software, you can create your own scans from the list of data points that we offer. You don't have to do any real programming. For example, there's softwares out there for the market that you have to do all the math and programming, create the formulas. We've done that end of it. You just select what you want from what we offer, give it minimum and or maximum values, and then that scan will return stocks that meet your criteria in real time. And from there, you figure out what you are or are not doing with those ideas. Start quickly with the AI trading. So show you where the AI is located, and you can look at what it's alerted today and go over some stuff. How quickly you start, you still have to have some trading and charting and risk management knowledge with the AI. But let's start with locating it. So this is our menu bar here. I'm going to make it a little bigger, actually. So here's our menu bar here. And you're going to want to go to new on the menu bar with software. Sorry, I've got my drawing tools loading here, stealing the cursor. There we go. New on the menu bar, and look for Premium AI Strategy Trades window. So again, let's go over that again. New on the menu bar, down towards the bottom, Premium AI Strategy Trades window, and you'll open that and you'll get something that looks in the ballpark of that. I actually have one open right here. Draw a pink X on it. And mine looks a certain way because I've set mine up to look that way. Yours will look however the default comes. It's been many years since I had a default of those open up. You're going to see a bunch of different what we call columns listed at the top here. Among those that you likely have to start with are going to be entry time, symbol, and entry price. And that's the short and skinny on the real basics of it. Holly's going to alert stocks in real time when they meet its criteria. It's going to give you a suggested stop price or stop loss, whatever you want to call it. It's the same thing. That column may or may not be added by default. I don't remember. But if we right click anywhere in the window, like inside the window, if you right click and you go to columns, you are going to see what I call the master list of columns on the right. They're in alphabetical order. And you're going to see the selected columns, or as I like to say, the displayed columns on the left. To swap things around, you simply, if you want to move something from right to left, you click on it, click the arrow, it'll move it over there for you. If you want to move it from left to right to get rid of it, you click on it, you move it back to the right with the arrow. And it's as simple as that for all that. From there, you really, you're looking at charts, whatever time frame you want to look at. Obviously, in this case, you're probably more looking at an intraday chart than a daily chart or a long-term chart. But again, my coin saying is beauty is in the eye of the chart holder. You're going to find with Holly alerts, as I tell people, some will get into the money right away. Boom, they're going. Some take a little longer to get there. Some never get there. The ones that do get there, some of them stay in the money for a while. Some of them stay for a short period of time. So that's where being a trader comes in, and how you're going to use those alerts and that data in what you're doing. So you still have to be, still have to have a trading plan. You still have to have a risk management plan. Obviously, you can use the Holly suggested stop as your guide, but to the upside, that's entirely up to you what you do on the upside. So here's OCC. Let me do a couple things with this chart here, because I keep my charts clean. I don't put anything, I don't like anything on my charts, basically. Even the moving averages that are on there, I don't use moving averages or anything anymore. It's just my own thing. Let me put some stuff on here regarding AI trades and so on and so forth. And you know what? I'm going to take the browser chart off, because the non-browser charts show this much better here. So we can see here on this chart, I clicked OCC. That was a AI alert. That was a Holly alert. It alerted it here at 1994. It's currently now down slightly here at 1971. It made it, alerted right there on that candle. It stuck its way up in the money for a while, came down, hit the stop, is reversed since. We'd call that a trade around. So you had opportunities here to move in and out with some money. You had opportunities that are to the bad side to have gotten stopped out as well. So like I said, that's where being a trader comes in. Here's an example where Holly ain't making any money, unfortunately, on this one so far. Had a pretty tight stop here. I guess I can't call it tight considering that gap up. That would be a false statement by me. It's just that when I saw the distance on that, it didn't seem like much, but it is actually quite a bit. But, top ticked for the moment. Will it make a comeback? That's between Holly and the market at this point. So I also think that using Holly as a watch list, for me anyways, I don't day trade anymore. And when I did, trying to jump into something right away always equaled bad news for me. The alert's got to come. I got to see it set up, and I got to be familiar with it. And I got to really know what's going on there. And, that's my big thing. So bear with me for 1 second here. Just got to look at something on some of them testing. Okay. Sorry, just making sure something else testing was going right for someone troubleshooting something. All right. Anyways, so that's those short and skinnies of Holly, basically. Let me know if you have other questions on it. And anybody that has questions in general, don't be shy. Get the questions in. Again, it's an open forum. Multiple people can ask multiple questions. We will get through everything. It may take me a little bit to circle around if a bunch of questions get asked. Just be patient with me. If I don't have an answer to a question, I won't ignore it. I will, of course, say, listen, I have a good answer for you at the moment. Shoot me an email to this address and do some research, and I'm going to get back to you with something on that for you. So again, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Get some questions in for me, please. Uh, if you were with us from the beginning, I stated that we have day traders, we have swing traders. I used to day trade. I found myself much more profitable swing trading, so I moved to swing trading. We've got a pretty good split on it. And how you set this up, everybody's journey is a little bit different, Joe. So give me some specific questions you're looking for here. I'm happy to help you on those questions. I can give you a rundown of some different basic things, but everybody's journey for the software is different. Everybody's looking for something different. Everybody's got no two people have the exact same trading styles. No two people certainly have this exact same risk management plans. What are your favorite filters on the money machine? I don't use the money machine. Sorry. I don't have a favorite anything on the money machine. It's just not something I use. Yeah, I mean, day trading typically or technically or whatever you want to call it, say, slice it here. They're usually round tripping in the same day with everything, not leaving positions open overnight. I mean, it's not that I would for example, if I got in a position today and I mean, that thing went up like 15% today, there's probably a good chance I'm closing that position today. I'm not going to be greedy. I can count on probably one hand how many times I've had that kind of situation go on. Nice when it does, never expected. But generally speaking, I'm looking at holding things for several days to several weeks. There's a lot of times I get into something a day or two later, I'm, trimming back on it. It continues. I'll move back into some more. And then a couple of days later, I'll trim one way or the other, things like that. So you want your charts to look like mine. So I've got 3 different charts here and they're all very different, to be honest. There's very little similar about my charts with the exception that the same tickers on all of them. Here I've got a 5-minute chart and I've got a VWAP and an 8 EMA on it. And I've got, AI, anything that the AI puts out, it's going to show how it's looking on the chart. This is a 60-minute chart. It's just got those 2 moving averages I discussed before. This is a daily chart. It's using our browser interface feature with the picture-in-picture chart. And I use on this a multi-period low of 20 for that. And this other indicator that's blue and orange through there, and with the B's on there and the S's that are blue and orange. It's our trade wave indicator. So 3 very different charts. So if you can give me some specifics, Joe. Just to be sure that I understood your explanation, I can use the strategies trades listed as a watch list, but still have to make the trades myself. And treatment and management, all decisions. Yeah, ultimately, all the decisions in the end ride with you. Our system, and there's no system out there where you could just blindly follow it and it's going to make money. Nothing like that exists. If you want someone or something to manage your money, you're looking for some kind of advisor or portfolio manager or something like that at that point. We are an idea generation software. Some of that idea generation comes with some suggested risk managements and scenarios, but ultimately the trader, the user has to be the end all be all decision on that. Now, one thing I do like to incorporate here or talk about, I'll circle this in with Holly here, is our trade wave feature. I do very much wish it was a feature that we had early on in my trading. It wasn't, but that's the way it goes. What the trade wave here is, you can't see them inside the clouds, but there's 2 EMAs and when they cross, and it works on all time frames on all charts. When they cross to the upside or downside, they give a, let's call it quote unquote buy or sell signal. Again, it's really just a suggestion. What the trade wave does is it tries to identify changes in trend and then continue to show that change in trend if it continues. So let me make one adjustment on my chart for this. Sorry, it's being difficult. Why are you being so difficult, chart? let me do something real quick here. Quit. Let's see if that helps me at all. Sorry, these browser charts tend to give me a hard time when I'm streaming. It's my computer, not anything else. It's I got a lot of stuff going on here, unfortunately. All right, so inside the trade wave, I'm going to put on some more of these signals. We only last 2, save. So I want to show you folks some things on it. And again, Joe, if you give me some specifics, because like I said before, those 3 charts are all so very different. Wow, this is really kind of ridiculous. My goodness. All right. And again, in the meantime, while I'm trying to get this set up for my demonstration here, let me know if you have questions coming in. All right, so we can see here, I got this S, this B, this S, another B, an S, so on and so forth here. At each one of those, all it's really indicating at this point is that there's a change in trend going on based on those moving averages. We don't really know if that change in trend is going to last or not last. There's no way to predict that. But as traders, most people don't realize this, but we are trend followers. We're trying to identify trends as early as we can, then decide when do we want to get in those trends, upside or downside, doesn't matter, short or long, and ride those trends as long as we can and identify when we believe those trends are coming to an end. Of course, there's no way to predict or really know any of that, but we use different indicators to try to guide us on different time frames, and from experience and chart reading and so on and so forth, do the best that we can with those. And so you could use the trade wave in coordination with Holly here. And you could say, hey, this thing has been in this beautiful uptrend and it's, widening out and it's looking good. And this is something I want to participate in. You could also use the trade wave to say, wow, this thing has really kind of ran, doesn't look as good as I'd like it to look. And I want to see that maybe the trend starts to pull back in the upside direction a little more before I get involved. You may decide, I want to wait for it to consolidate, maybe, squish in on the trend a little bit. So, here, this B indicates that we're looking at a change in trend going up, and we get one, and we can see that wave go through here. And then we see as if stock flattens out here, right? That wave kind of flattened out. Now, it didn't give us a change in trend, and it continued, and the wave got wider again through here. And then as it made that downturn, the sell signal came in indicating that, per those indicators anyways, we're looking at a change in trend. That change in trend was sustained right up until this stock, had that big up day, and it brought it back, to the buy side. And right away, it chopped you right back out, back to the sell side to say we were down again. So those are the kind of things that I'd be looking at, and tools that I think complement each other very well. Especially, I think two tools that complement each other very well are especially Holly and the trade wave. And again, you could use them on any time frame. You may come across a Holly alert and say, gee, I don't know about the intraday chart of it, but the daily chart looks like something I want to be in. It's starting to break out. It's in the right sector. the trend looks right on the long term, so on and so forth, and things like that. So I think they're a very complementary set of tools that we offer, features, tools. Using a Mac and wanted to have all the screens you have available here. So we do not have a Mac software. You have to be on a Windows machine. It is something we try to communicate to users before they subscribe on a pricing page. Are you a Mac user? Mac compatibility notice. Traded as Pro is designed for Windows operating systems. Mac users can run our software using virtualization solutions such as Parallels, Desktop, cloud-based service like Amazon Web Services. Third-party solutions allow you to run Windows applications on your Mac. You could also use Windows 365, but we do not have a Mac software. We try to put that out there before anybody can subscribe to us. So hopefully, I'm hoping you've got Parallels or AWS access or something like that. Windows, or you have a separate Windows machine. So again, anybody else with questions, don't be shy, please. Keep them coming, keep them coming. It's a large and vast software. So don't be shy asking about different features. Happy to display, demonstrate, and talk about any and all. Surely someone out there has a question. There must be. All right, no questions, so be it. That happens from time to time. Market itself, got quite the bounce going on, right? Look like Friday we're all going to die, right? Look out below. Pretty solid bounce today. We'll see what happens. It could just be a reprieve bounce and before some more selling. Could be. Could we run sideways for a while? We could. Could we start to grind back up again? We could also do that. Nobody knows. Is Holly the scanner to find stocks? Holly is one scan for idea generation to look for stocks. Yes. There's, we have what we call topless windows that you can create your own scans with. We have these race windows you can create your own scans with. We have alert windows you can create your own scans with. We have some other scanning tools, what we call our Market Explorer. It has a bunch of pre-made scans in it. We've got our channel bars. You go to new. We've got a channel bar. Looks like this. I can't load anything from this right now because it'll kill my layout, and I have things that I'm testing. I can't get rid of my layout. So there's all kinds of scans in these different layouts, these channels. They're all based on the different things you see here. Pre-market, so pre-market. Momentum's looking for momentum stocks. S&P 500 is focusing on S&P 500. Sectors is focused on sectors. Unusual options, unusual options. Unusual volume, things of that nature. We also have our doc channel bar. They vary. They're different for reasons. Some channels overlap, some do not. Again, all kinds of different scans through those there for users to pick through. And is there any training video on the money machine that you can point me to? Absolutely, there is. Bear with me. Sorry, just looking for that money machine link. Bear with me. Here we go. So a couple of videos there on that page for the money machine. Race, yeah, sure. So at their core, races are a top list. So essentially what you do is for me anyways, I create a top list, open top list. So what I did is I told this top list, I said, let's look for stocks that are between this price and this price, traded at least this many shares on the day. We're this much percent above a lower Bollinger Band, and I've got this volume metric in here to make sure the stock is just, doing some consistent trading through the day. I don't want to see stocks that are only block trading, essentially. Once it's found that those stocks, I asked the race in the race setup, I said, all right, race, I would like you to show me no more than 10 stocks from that list. We're going to run the races in 3-minute time frames. We are basing all this on a total change from the open. That's what we're racing on. So the stocks moving across the screen the fastest, the ones that are moving up from its opening price the quickest. And we were also sorting in a descending order going down the stocks that are up the most from the open. So the stocks at the very top will be the ones that are up the most from the open. The ones that are winning races are the ones that are moving the most from the open at that moment in time. I like it because I like the races because, sorry, let me get back into the actual race itself. It's a narrow view. I don't have 50 stocks all here trying to figure out. Human beings are not good at processing tons of information at once. And contrary to popular belief, all human beings are no exceptions, are terrible at multitasking. There are some that can do certain things at the same time. We are terrible at multitasking. That is what we are, period. So trying to, have a bunch of scans that are alerting nonstop and each scan's got 75 or 100 or 300 stocks on it, it's impossible for a human being to go through all that and analyze it. These races give me a narrow view of the couple of kinds of stocks that I want to be looking at. On top of that, as the races conclude, it gives me a watch list over here that I can keep an eye on stocks and say, well, I haven't seen this stock, whatever it is, in a while. What's it doing now? Maybe I want to set a price alert. If it comes back to a certain price, I'm interested in it. So far, so on and so forth. And that's why I like the races. That's the short and skinny of the races. Still new to trade, so I'm learning all the functions and hats. Best to use. I want to day trade and create option spreads and learn swing trade. So we don't have anything for option spreads or anything like that. You can scan for stocks that are, have options volume, unusual options volume, so on and so forth. But that's all we've got. We've got 6 options filters. And I would say, Joe, I love the enthusiasm. I like to say, give time. The software is really, really vast. And if you are new to all this, it's going to take you a couple of, at the least, with a lot of attending these live sessions, attending the trading room with Barry, going to take you at least a few days to even begin to wrap your head around some of this stuff. Once you start to wrap your head around some of the basics and you have a direction you really want to go, things start to fall in place like dominoes as far as the software goes. Trading part of it, that's a whole other story. Everybody, in their time with that kind of thing. But so the first things that I would suggest to you, Joe, is getting familiar, I'd say get familiar with where Holly is. If that's, you're a premium subscriber, I would surmise that's an interest that you have. So I hope you were here for the beginning when I kind of did my big rundown of Holly. If not, I will do that rundown again for you now. No problem. Just let me know. The next directions that I would send you in are understanding alert windows and top lists and how to create your own. It's always nice when you create some scans and Holly alerts some of the stuff that are in your scans as well. It kind of won't call it a confirmation, but it never hurts when you've got multiple different idea generation features looking at the same kind of things. Doesn't hurt. There's no features to unlock for you. We have 2 add-ons, but they could be added on to the core as well. They're not included or unlocked. They're just add-on products. I would never steer someone to one of those add-on products unless it was something like, oh, wow, this is important to me. I followed this indicator. This is what I like to trade. This is what I like to use. I would say not. I would say I wouldn't even bother considering the add-on products until you start to get the rest of the basics down. And then they may be something you want to consider. That's our go, no go charts and our AVWAP scans. Again, if you're not an AVWAP person, no point in even entertaining those. It's just noise that wouldn't, make sense. I'm not an AVWAP person. I like it. I appreciate it for what it's for. Brian Shannon is an incredible trader and an incredible educator. But, what he does, doesn't fully click in with what I do. And that's, just the way it is. I will on occasion draw an AVWAP on a chart for a little bit of guidance and insight, but I'm not basing any of my scanning or I'm not looking for ideas based on AVWAP. I use the AVWAP just for different kind of confirmations and looking at things on the chart once I'm already interested in a chart. And then CVDW, if you have some specific function questions of the money machine, I have a decent handle on you. I'll call it a decent handle. Maybe it's more than decent. Maybe it's less than decent. I don't know. I have a decent handle on the functionality of the money machine. I just don't have, I don't have a specific filter I like for it or a scan that I like for it or anything like that. When we first released it in the paper mode, which it's still only in a paper mode, I went crazy with it for a couple of weeks without a question. I was running it up and down and testing things and trying stuff out and seeing what just what like the working functionalities of it essentially. It's just not in my wheelhouse of trading is all. I'm a very hands-on person. Like anybody, I would love to have a scan that I could just kind of let loose and it's going to do its thing and obviously win more than lose and put some money in the coffers, but I'm also very realistic. And, those are the top hard things to do in trading. So, but there's people that I know in the testing of the money machine and the paper mode right now are having some good success. And so it's possible that those people are, they're experienced traders. They're very experienced software users. They have very specific setups that they're looking for. They understand how to, build out that kind of scanning and so on and so forth. But again, as the functionality of it goes, terms and stuff like that, definitely you got questions on that. Don't be shy and fire those in here for me. And Joe, yeah, happy to do this. We do this every day. I do Mondays. Tuesdays, we alternate. Generally, Wednesdays is more of a money machine Q&A with our CEO, Dan. Goes over some Holly stuff, too. I mean, Dan goes over a lot of stuff. I shouldn't say money machine demonstration because he's building different kinds of scans. He's always got some, really innovative ideas, Dan, actually, when it comes to scan building. So he could get pretty technical and advanced, but they're good sessions with Dan without a question on Wednesdays. Thursdays are generally Steve Gomez, and then Fridays we round it out with Andy Lindloff. That's generally our week schedule here. So you get a different person, different personality, different ideas each day of the week, essentially. And then this stream here, with the exception of the hour that one of us is here from noon Eastern till 1 p.m. Eastern, Barry runs the traders room and streams at both this side and protradingroom.com's side of things. Barry, very knowledgeable about the software, scan building, so on and so forth, charts, ins and outs. Money Machine, not so much, but if you're looking for ideas, questions about filter, how top lists work, alert windows work, compare count windows work, Barry's, charts, navigating through charts, time frames, and stuff like that. There's your guy. He's very, very knowledgeable. Yeah, you know what it is, CV. I'm going to go CV for short. I don't have any real finance background, right? Everything I was self-taught with everything. It took me years to be not a losing trader. And once I got there, through all that effort and time and heartache, a lot of heartache, I would like to, keep things simple for the way they are until I get to a point in life where I'm real comfortable with what's going on. And then I have ambitions to get back more into that kind of thing, that kind of automation, perhaps day trading again. But for the moment, I'd like to become more efficient and proficient in what I'm doing that has been working for the last several years, and continue to refine and focus on that. As we come up with new features, I learn those new features, the functionality of it, so on and so forth, so I can support the function questions. So, and again, don't be shy, folks. Got about 20 minutes, give or take, before Barry comes back. Don't be shy and get those questions in for me that you have. So I'm just looking at the SPY chart, and I was looking at this compare count window, comparing 30-day highs from lows. That does include weekends. Really drifted with the red data coming more and more at this point, the green data coming less and less. And big gap up on the SPY, ran up for a second, came down, tried to get back up there, couldn't do it. Again, started to fill the gap, found a floor down here, moved up, and is fading ever since. Been fading for the last hour plus. Last hour plus. We'll see what the market has in store for us going forward here on the day. And again, don't be shy. You got some questions, come with it. All right, I'm getting the silent treatment again. So be it. Take a look at, let's see, EVH is about to win a race. Is it doing anything special? Not too shabby here. Pretty decent move. Consolidated for quite a while. Consolidation break. Home back in that 480 level. We'll see what happens. Good liquidity. Not doing anything crazy on the volume, though. Let's see. INHD has won 29 races to this point in the day, and we can see with good reason. It was quite a move. So these are what we call our stock races here. I've got them set up to show stocks that are moving the most from the open with some other, various other filters in there to pick out the stocks that can make the scan. So they're ordered in who's up the most from the open, and they're moving according to who's up the most from the open. It's just a nice narrow list. Excuse me. Keep me focused on what's going on here. So I don't have, 30, 40, 50, 100 stocks that, half them or more than half them aren't doing anything. I just want to stay right where things are. Keep my attention on those. At their core, top list, or race windows are a top list. So underneath, there's this top list. What I've done is I've told the top list, find me stocks that meet the criteria that I put in here. Price range, certain amount of shares traded on the day. Got a Bollinger Band component in there and another volume component here, intraday volume. And then the race, essentially, I've said once you found those stocks doing that, here are the race instructions itself. We're going to run 3-minute races. We're going to show a max of 10 stocks from that list. And we're sorting and we're basing the race movements on the change from the open. Can I help build the following scan? Yeah, get me some deets in there and give me some details and we'll see what we can do. It's in the ballpark of a heat map. Yeah, like I could turn. I could turn that underlying top list into a heat map, actually. I just like the visualization of the races better. So a lot of people actually like the visualization of the heat map better. We call it a tree map. A lot of people like that better. To each their own. Everybody's different visually. We don't have EMAs. No EMAs, my friend. I don't believe we have a 5-minute 200 SMA. We definitely don't have the EMAs, though. And there's no way for us to identify pause, wick, or hold. Sorry. I hate telling people we don't have things, but literally everything you're asking, we don't have. As far as the SMAs go, let's take a look what we've got here. Oops. Yeah, I don't think we have 200 yet. 200. We got 200 on. Oh, we do have a 200 on the 5-minute chart. We do. Do we have an hour on a 20 SMA? Yeah. So I guess I'd rather build this as a top list. Let's do that instead, because there's no alert component to what you're asking. Let's look at SMAs. Let's make this bigger so I can see more. So let's see, we were looking at 20 on a 60. Let's just say that we're either just above it or no more than 0.75% above it. I don't have a way to do a consolidation holding pattern exactly. I mean, we can make a range here, tight range. Let's say over the last 30 minutes on the range. It's called a max of 1%. I'm going to throw some volume metrics in here. Let's say 750K on the day at least. And then price of 5. So, I mean, you got that there. I'll share this out as a template and then just save it to the cloud. So for anybody that wants it, here's a cloud link to it. Please save it to your cloud because this link will expire in a couple of days. Um, 5 minute, 200 SMA. Yeah. So do the same thing here. I'm going to come to SMAs again. So 205 minutes, add that filter. So on that second one, you want a 5 minute 200 and a 60 minute 20. You want price in the ballpark of both. So just added that. We'll call it 0.1 again. We'll call it 0.75. On that second scan, you're looking to see the stock had pulled back some. Is that correct? Am I correct in that interpretation? And Alex, I see you sent an email asking about compare count windows. If you're here, Alex, let me know and I will go over that. I'm going to respond to your email, but I'm happy to go over the compare count window now as well. We got some time. So, all right, yeah, let's say the stock is down over the next change. Let's see. I'm just picking random stuff here. But you get the idea from this, and you could add things. Let's say over the last 15 minutes, the stock is down. Let's add the filter. Let's say it's down at least 1.5% over the last 15 minutes. All right, so live session 2. And I'm going to send you this via the cloud link as well. Copy. And paste. And again, anybody that takes those, please make sure you save them to your cloud. Those links will be dead in a day or two. And then, yeah, Alex. So what I've done here, this is called a compare count window. You go to new. On the menu bar, you go to compare count. That's how you'll locate it. When you open it, you're going to get a configure window that looks like this. It's going to have some defaults in there, but I'm going to go over what I did and my thought process behind it and why I did it. So on this specific one, we have the green data set up for stocks that are making new highs. We have the red data for stocks that are making new lows. I dictated this window to say the new highs are 30-day new highs, including weekends, and the new lows are 30-day lows, including weekends. So if we go to the green data configure here, on the selected alert, you can see I've got a new high here and 30 in that field. If I wanted to be intraday highs, I just leave this blank. I wouldn't put a 0, not a 1, nothing. Leave it blank if you want intraday highs. And then I added some window specific filters. to, make sure we're getting the stocks that I want to see involving in this. So they got to be $5 or more, trade at least 250,000 shares on the day. They got to have a market cap of 50 million or more. And they have to trade at least 75,000 shares on the day for the last 3 months for that average. And that's it. And the green data will move up and make the alerts. You can see the stocks that are currently alerting scrolling across it right there. On the flip side, I told the red data, let's do new lows on 30 days. And again, if I want a new lows for intraday, I would simply make that blank. No zero, no nothing. Windows specific filters did the same thing I did with the green data. We got to be $5 or better, 250,000 shares on the day, 50 million on the market cap, and trading at least 75,000 shares on the day. And because I'm a swing trader, I'm just trying to kind of get a pulse of how the market's feeling for the day regarding kind of more longer term outlook with stocks making, those kind of multi-day highs versus the multi-day lows. I'm going to also ship off a link to you via email that goes over compare count windows as well. I will say that probably the most popular use of the compare count windows is intraday highs versus lows with different metrics, whether you're using market cap or volume, some kind of moving average, whatever it is. There's a lot. You get very creative with this stuff. But intraday is more the way people use it, trying to get an edge of are we looking bullish at this moment? Are we looking bearish? Are we looking neutral? And let me share also. Bear with me. All right, so I shipped that off in an email to you, Alex. Also, I gave you the link to that specific compare count window in the email. I've also put the link here for that as well. Always be sure to save everything to the cloud. Save it locally, save it to the cloud, save it both. Do both. No harm in doing both. And again, let me know if y'all got questions. Got a few more minutes here. BNAI down for the day, but up from the open, shooting across the screen right now. Yeah, it's making a move, but I like to see a little more volume than that. It's got that little nub volume coming up right there. Sorry, it just kind of caught my attention when it was coming flying like that. Taken over by ZVRA. Woo, ZVRA making some moves here. So up early, sold off, filled the gap, made a nice move and consolidated. Volume came into it on that move, consolidated, volume went out, making a move, volume come back into it. Not too shabby. Therapeutics. And again, anybody with questions before we part ways, don't be shy, don't be shy. Okay, fair enough. Be shy. Interesting long-term chart on ZVRA. Been in a nice trend for a while here. Breaking out. Trying to break out. Sorry. Semiconductors having themselves a bit of a recovery. Yeah, beat down pretty good on Friday. We continue to see red data. This was at 55 and 45 a few minutes ago. It's at 56 now and 44. Green data continues to slow. We just have to see what that means, huh? We got a 60-minute SPY chart on another screen here. You can see the SPY just kind of continues to grind lower at this point. I don't really ever go over my positions. I'm really here just to do software talk for the most part. Throw some stuff out about some charts if nobody's talking about anything. I kind of stay away from what my positions are because I don't feel comfortable with people following me.
Okay, I'll unfollow you right now. I'll give you the thumbs down.
Perfect. Okay. But you know how it is, Barry. I mean, you've been doing this way longer than me, and it's like, you know, want to help you with ideas with the software, but please make the ideas your own. Don't make them. They should come from you. They shouldn't come from someone else. That was a lesson I had to learn real hard.
Oh yeah.
Do I use stops? Yes, I use stops. I think if you trade without a stop, go to the bank, withdraw all your money, and light it on fire. That's how I feel about trading without stops.
Ooh, okay. there's an image.
Yes. But no, all kidding aside, everything I do has a stop. I have a tentative target I would like to see it get to. I am not ever holding out for a target, though. We move up, starts to consolidate. The market's, still looking good. We'll keep holding on. Market starts to fade. I'm getting out. But I like to have a target that looks possibly 2-to-1 on the ratio minimum.
Well, amen to that. Now, are you doing double duty or is it Andy?
I believe it's Andy this week.
Andy, okay, because I know Steve was last week. Okay.
Yeah, so usually.
All right, my friend. Well, then
that
means this is it for you and I this week.
I suppose so.
It's very sad.
Okay. And net trade, what is my opinion on SpaceX? I have no opinion on it. It's going to happen. And that's it. That's all I can say. It's going to happen. And I'm going to watch it.
Oh, yeah.
And I will not be buying any of it. That's all I can say. I literally can't say anything else about SpaceX. It exists.
All right, my friend. I'll take over for you now. And we'll see you next week then.
Sounds good. Let me stop my screen.
Okay.
Off you go. Off I go. Off someone goes.
Not yet. Oh, there we are. Okay. Thanks,
All
Chris.
right, we're in. Thanks, everybody. Take care. We'll see you next time. Bye bye.
Okay, guys, back in both rooms now. Let me get rid of my message. Get my music going. So, well, listen to me, guys. Remember what I was talking about with the click, the CLIK? Remember I was talking about that and how I thought, you don't really like it because, they had that little area there that it could stall, the 208, the 209. Now I did put a price alert here, and that price alert went off when I was on my break. So I'll okay. I'm not saying 100% I would have taken the trade, but I was reluctant to certainly keep watching it for a while. But look what happened. I mean, it got when it took out that high right there, it shot almost straight up, almost completely straight up. Till it pulled back a little bit, but almost right to $3. Unbelievable, huge pullback, and then right back up, and now the pullback again. So again, I point these things out, and some of you may listen to me and say, okay, well, he's saying not to do it. But, others may look at that, go, you know what? I don't see it quite the same way. And that's fine. And now the SPY, I put a price alert, the SPY at the bottom here. Hopefully, I was hoping that might hold it. Well, we may be down. We may be in for a bit of a downturn again, guys, in the SPY. NCT. So now this is halted on the way down. Okay. And the INHD halted on the way up. Yeah. Well, I refuse to believe it's going to open at 960, but there's your halt for INHD 795. And again, this is trying to tell you where it could open. I doubt very much it's going to open gap up that much. When did it get halted? At 12:49 plus 7 seconds. So, obviously this is going to be it's no longer even a 10-minute halt. So if it's a 15, it's not even going to be a 15-minute halt. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Important phone call. Okay, where am I now? So the INHA, so it did resume. The INHD did resume, and at oh my gosh, at 11 something rather, unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, and look at the strength of the VWAP on this one. I mean, the INHD came right into the VWAP, right down here. And that's a big pullback. I mean, from almost 10 down to 5. And you would have thought, oh, okay, no way can it do something like it's doing now. Well, look at it now, 13, 14, unbelievable. Now, I'm still wondering about the RYET. It doesn't look as good. Okay, I was hoping that it would hold just underneath 2, and then people eventually would have bailed on the INHD, and then maybe pile into this one. I mean, it's a another low flow China stock. But no, the INHD is just having a life of its own, and again, this is all over this scan right here, all over this scan all day long. Interesting. I mean, the fee rate is only, if I had shorts available, is only 74% only. I mean, it's not. I thought it would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 600, 1,000. Well, Paul, I think you were talking about RMSG quite a bit, weren't you? And I know how you love these cheap ones on pullbacks and all, but RMSG, let's see. UG. Yeah, UG. Underneath $1 in a big way. Wonder if they're doing a financing. And they're doing a financing. They're doing a financing. $4 million at 70 cents a share. There you go, William. Yours and mine most favorite press release during the day when these little companies do financings. So that's at 70 cents. And well, look at it. I mean, it's way below the financing price now. I'm just going to put this out as a general statement, guys. I'm not saying it affects anybody in this room or anybody might be, well, you might be thinking of it, okay? The reason I'm going to do this is because we get so many emails from people who have Macs, okay? Now, maybe we have to make it more strongly worded at the beginning when you take out a subscription, but this is a PC-based program. It is not a Mac-based program. So while we sort of have the web up and running, it is not supported at all. So if you have a Mac, please don't take out a subscription to Trade Ideas unless you're willing to, have an emulation program like Parallels or something like that. Okay. There's no point in screaming at us. We're not a Mac program. So, and only reason I'm doing this is because I see all the emails that come in. All right, now MPTs could still be interesting, guys. I mean, look what it's doing right around the VWAP. Okay, sitting right on the VWAP. NPT is another one of these low priced, low float China stocks. And let me go over my homepage one last time, okay, including all the scans, etc., that I'm sharing currently. I want to see. I mean, I know that we have something that this is a PC based program, but you're right. Maybe put a checkbox on the, or put a checkbox on. Well, I'll put that as an example of something that. Okay, so let me just get my homepage again. It just says, "Are you a Mac user?" Yeah. Okay. It's not what. Yeah. We're honestly, we're not trying to, hide the fact that we're a PC based program and hoping that people who have Macs take the program and then somehow. I mean, we're not doing that on purpose. Believe me, it's a real hassle for us having to answer these people, and they get pretty upset. And I understand. I mean, if you don't realize it is, so maybe we have to make it even more front and center. Anyway, back to my homepage, which is pretty simple. So here's how you can get a 20. If this works out to 27% off. Okay. So if you use my promo code Barry100, you'll get 20% off. But listen carefully, a premium annual subscription. Okay. That's all this code works for. Barry100 for a 27% off a premium annual subscription. You can get 15% off the other 3 subscriptions, the 2 monthlies, premium and standard, and the standard annual. Okay. So if you have a question about it, just let me know. I want make sure people understand. And all I ask again is, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use whatever the code is. Helps to keep the rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room, and then for those of you in YouTube, the trading room. This is way more action or activity amongst other traders. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking to come into the room for the pre-market, come on in. Okay, so, and thank you, Obi, for doing that. 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me. I get on the mic sometime between 9 and 9:15. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're and Joe, as Joe is saying in our YouTube room, I mean, if you're prepared, if you have a Mac and you know it's a PC based program, but you're prepared to use an emulation program like Parallels or something. I mean, that's what a lot of people do, and I guess I know there are people that don't necessarily want to do that, but that is a way around it. And education. So if you are taking out a subscription or thinking about it, this is what you should do. The Getting Started with Trade Ideas. This is mandatory if you've just taken out a subscription, 12 short videos to get you started. Now, again, if you're sitting in this room right now, do this first. If you don't have a subscription, do this first. Start off with that second video, go to the end. You should know a little bit about a program. I mean, I'm still amazed by people say, I just took out a subscription to your program. I don't know anything about it though. So how do I do anything? I mean, at least you should do this, okay, to understand a little bit about what the program can do. So you'll have 11 short videos to look at. Should give you an idea about whether or not you could try us for at least a month. If you don't like it, then just unsubscribe. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. If you 15 free videos if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for some of these scans, etc., that I am currently sharing, and you've clicked on my homepage link, go down here to the Before I do that, I always forget, poor old Steve, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Okay. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down. You can also sign up for the trade of the week. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. This week is Best Buy, BBY. I know it triggered. I don't know if it's still up there. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is going to be completely up to you. And yeah, it's still looking good. 72.95 was the trigger before it pulled back at all. That was about almost a $2 run. The VWAP is holding, so that's good. These are designed for longer term trades. But again, how you trade these, if you trade them, this is up to you. Okay, where is my, just give me a moment. Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is what I'm going to say though. If you're looking for my scans, etc., so click on my homepage link, go down to that center section, my scans. This is the large cap race. It was right over here. This is the volatile race right here. That's where you're going to see all the crazy movers. You know, the INHDs, the NPTs, well, even the S dots. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. Pulse resumes is over here. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them if you want. I do have this one up and running, the upside versus downside movers. Now, I'm pretty sure I've never seen this one. Bia, okay, Bia. Never seen this one. Another China stock, guys. Low float. I'm sure there's no news on this one. It is what is the next high looking left? Well, I actually tried to buy it. But guess what? Yeah, this is one of those. So if who's asking that question? Burke. If you try to buy this, you're going to see the message you get. Okay, they won't let me buy it. Oh, that's too bad. Okay, now I'm mad at IB. I had my order set just over that 2 level, about 208, and I thought, okay, but nope, can't buy it. Now it's halted. I need instructions for the PC. So when you say the instructions for the PC version, hopefully you're not talking about parallels, because I don't know about that. If that's what you're talking about, I can't help you there. If you're talking about how to set up parallels, you mean, or I cannot help you there. I am sorry about that. If that's your question, but there must be something. There must be something that you can look up if that's what you're asking, like how to set up parallels on a Mac, like so you can have a PC program. If that's your, yeah, I'm sure if you went to Gemini or something like that, it'll tell you step by step. Is that your question though, Joe, in our YouTube room? Hmm. Yeah, INHD, new high of the day. You are right. Well, where could it go? I mean, the next high, the next high that's the next high on the daily chart also. That red line, 2683 is the next high. Again, because I've never had Dash Trader. I don't know, Sabby. I'm sorry. You might want to ask Chris. I know Chris was just in the room. I have no idea because I don't have Dash Trader. Now, when you say four different montages, are you talking about? I'm not sure. I know what you're talking about. Are you talking about like this is a scanner? Okay, as an example. So here's one. I could have three others. Are you talking about three different versions of Trade Ideas itself? We don't have level two. We don't have level two. I mean, my pat answer, of course, is well, all your brokers all have level two. So, but so we don't have level two. Well, again, I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean, you can have as many scanners as you want within the program that will now whether they link with Dash Trader, I don't know. I mean, I link with Interactive Brokers. Okay. Oh, I see. You know what? I don't know if Pepe, if you know the answer to this. I don't want to, but you might want to ask Chris. He might know the answer to this. Okay. Info at trade-ideas.com. Send an email and maybe Chris will know the answer to that. I'm still not sure I understand what the question is, so I'm sorry. I just never had Dash Trader. Well, info at trade-ideas.com. I just put the email above. Never had Dash Trader. So, I mean, I use Interactive Brokers and pretty simple stuff. You know, there's an easy connection, the external linking tool. So when you can see how I'm connected to if you can connect a Dash Trader, I just don't know how that works. Pepe, I don't know if you, oh, I see. Okay. So you haven't used Dash Trader either. Okay. I don't know if we can establish a link with Dash Trader. I just don't know. But that is actually a good segue, maybe, to talk about the external linking tool that we have. Okay. Notice I'm connected with Interactive Brokers. Connected meaning this. When I click on a symbol, KMX, it loads into my order entry. Okay, into Interactive Brokers. From there, I trade it. Okay, so a different link to different charts. Okay, that I might be able to help. I've never done it, but let me just see something here. Symbol linking. Okay, so you can see this is an alert window. Okay, and you can see in the symbol linking, the default is linked to all, but in theory, I could if I said green, if I wanted this one to be green, I pick green, and then I pick one of my charts. Symbol linking to also be green. If this is what you're talking about, it may not be what you're talking about. So that when you click on this symbol, it's going to go to it's going to go to the chart that you designated with the same color. I don't do that, but I mean, I'm not sure that, but I'm not sure that that's what, I'm not sure that's what you're looking for, but if you are, then we can do that. Yeah. So there's only one way. I mean, there's only one way to create an external link. You have to use the external linking tool. And unless Dash Tray, I have no idea how that would work. I mean, in theory, you add link, you click on the add link, and then you take your pointer, you put it into your order entry. Okay. And then you hit the shift key, and that for the most part will establish a link. But whether that works with Dash Trader, I just don't know. Too bad. Yeah, Chris was just just in that room about half an hour ago. Well, it's hit or miss, John. I mean, IB has lots of shorts available for stocks under 10. I don't think if you're looking for a broker that has shorts available for virtually anything, okay, but you're going to pay for that because it's not cheap. But Centerpoint, as an example, but IB has shorts available for stocks less than 10. It's just that some of these crazy low floaters, they don't, which is usually a pretty good thing. Imagine if you had tried, looking at INHD and you think, okay, I'm going to short. I mean, at some point, yeah, it would have worked, but you got to be awfully careful. But yeah, I mean, okay, well, there you go. Well, I had Questrade up until 2016, but once IB, once the connection with Trade Ideas and IB was solidified, I've had IB since 2016. So I really like it. Obviously sometimes there's no shorts available, and we're getting this little annoyance. I don't know what Questrade does, to be honest, if they block you from buying certain stocks. But I've been very happy with Interactive Brokers in terms of reliability. But again, that's me. Okay. And understand, I have never had to contact them. Then you know what? That's what I used to find with Questrade. Every now and then it would freeze on me, and I'd have to reboot. And it would be, if I were in a trade, I'd be sweating, you know, trying to reboot it. Um, I honestly can't remember one time that IB froze on me. I mean, it may have happened, but I cannot remember. And why I wanted to say, I only had to call them once at the beginning in the first week I had it. I haven't called them since. I can't really demo the money machine. Okay. It's on the, because I don't have two accounts anymore. I used to have two accounts. Maybe I still do. I don't know, but I can't demo it. Okay. I really can't, because when you go to the money machine, you're basically kind of using a web-based version. Okay. And you cannot be in both at the same time. Like the downloadable app that I'm in. If I went to the money machine, I would boot myself out of here. And also the fact that I will be never really ever be able to use the money machine being in Canada, and you yourself, John, in Canada. The reason being is you really need a broker if and when it ever comes live. I mean, I don't know. I think Chris was asked the question. I saw one question that he had asked of him during his YouTube hour. I don't know what he said. When are we ever going to be able to connect live? But if you're in Canada though, you need a commission free broker, and so IB is not a commission free broker. Well, it could, John, but then you got to, your best bet is, of course, to manage the exits on your own. But you need a commission-free broker, and IB is not commission-free in Canada. Okay, because of the number of trades you could be in and out of all day long, you really need a commission-free broker. But I think we're still a ways off. If I don't want to say it's never going to happen, but never going to happen. As in, the money machine will eventually be. You'll be able to use your broker to trade it. Well, I use it as a watch list. Okay. So, John, I mean, it's not when I get an alert from the AI, it doesn't mean, okay, I'm going to trust it right now. I'm going to take the trade. Never. I use it like more like a watch list. I mean, I wish I'd seen this one, the OCC on the reentry. I think we had a little problem with the AI triggering late. Okay. Because 10-6, I think we had a problem. And because I like it more for the reentries. And you only get a reentry if there was the first alert price at 19 for OCC at 1994. There was a stop. So if a stock hits the stop at any point during the day and then comes halfway between the original alert price and the stop, you'll get an alert. In this case, it was 1964. The problem is that when OCC showed up here at 1016, that had already happened a long time ago. It's unfortunate. I mean, today was a day in which I don't know what happened to the Holly server, but that's what I usually wait for. I don't care about taking it right off the bat. I wait to see if there's going to be a reentry. But that is not necessarily what others should do. Because obviously you get an alert and it keeps running and it'll never hit the stop. Well, boy, I have to not trade this. I have to not trade this. This is so. Time is it? Only have maybe 20 minutes left to not tempt me to trade this. So the same thing with the TNGX. There's the reentry at 29.96. I mean, it's not hasn't moved that much, but it's at least it's above the reentry price at 30.27. This one, no. I mean, it may have worked a while for a while on a reentry of 412. I think I got up to about 430, but that's what I tend to do. That's in terms of using it. Well, this is really, I don't usually get too mad at IV for not allowing me to trade some of these, but I mean, I had this one all set up at 208. And what's happened here is this is a low flow China stock that those of us who miss the INHD looking to put it into some other stupid little, I shouldn't say stupid, a crazy little low float China stock, low float, low price China stock. Because if you're going to look for news on this one, my guess is you're not going to find any news at all. Because you're wondering, well, how can it be up 240% without any news? Well, some group somewhere, maybe some Reddit group said, you know what, guys, this is our next one. Jeez. Oh man, and your high over here is 27. Oh, I like the fact it was random. I mean, I loved it right here. I loved it when it got just over 2 right here. I loved it. And just sort of call it somewhat intuition, thinking, okay, low float, China's low float, low price, China stock. No, no, I didn't allow me. Didn't allow me to go long. That's what I'm saying. IB sometimes prevents you from going long. Some of these stocks, many times it works out well. Well, and it's funny because I know William's sort of joking, but I thought maybe the RYET could be the next one. 51 million shares are traded. It's still, well, it's only up 10% now, but when it was up here, I was hoping it would hang around just around underneath $2. And then we got a whole bunch of volume coming in. Well, John, if you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. How's that? Well, okay, strong news. The only thing I can say about INHD, at least it did have some news. I think the last time we saw this one had no news at all. It was just not BYAH, but it did have some news. The company announced the execution of a development service agreement to develop a sales AI agent project with a total contracted service value of $3 million. So, in the back here, I don't think it had any news, no news at all. It was just one of these things where, some group somewhere saying, you know what, guys, let's all pile into this one. So I was actually surprised that it had any news at all. Oh, that's why it's happening. And halted now, also halted, INHD halted, BYAH halted. And meanwhile, Galaxy, you remember this one? I mean, this was the one at the very beginning of the day. Now I had finally a dip, but boy, I mean, this has been strong also. Had some news regarding the Morgan Stanley Wealth. And then there's SDOT. SDOT's being left behind. I mean, he's only at 19 now. You know, can somebody maybe dive into this one? Is this really what they do, or did they switch and say, you know what, now we're a quant or a nuke or we're flying to space or something? Because I don't understand why this is doing what it's doing. I mean, other than the fact that it's crazy low float, but it's a restaurant chain, and I would have thought by now it would have given it all up. I mean, it's not like a real exciting sector that it's in. Still has room. I mean, look at that, $32. Lifetime high, guys. TNGX lifetime high. So in the pre-market, it actually popped up to $41. Okay, it had some news. I think it's a pancreatic cancer. Yeah, Tango skyrockets on eye-popping pancreatic cancer results. I think it's a phase 1 or 2. Okay, so that's why it was a little bit surprising. It had the big dip that it did. I mean, remember in the pre-market, it got to 41, then down to 25, but trying to come back now. TXNM. William, what are you doing? TXNM. Oh, 57. I thought that was a 50. I thought it was a 58.14. Okay. Wow. I thought it was a 58-cent stock when I saw the 0.58. Anyway, okay. But something's hit this. So you mean you'll less than. You're going to take it. I'm not sure I understand. You're going to take it at 58.14 or so? Okay, guys, here's another too darn too close. No. Next high looking left is 360. This is showing up on that scan, okay? Down big yesterday, up today. But I don't like the fact that next high, it's not that far away, 22 cents away. All right, so this one, TNGX now over 31, all-time high. Maybe traders are looking at this little spike high. I don't know. I don't know how many shares are traded at 41.21, but all right. Well, this one, I don't know. Maybe it's going to be interesting. Look at PMT breaking down underneath 10. Big psychological number to break down through. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. Where do we have to go to find that next low? Wow. Got to go back to May of 2020. So over 6 years ago, about a little over 6 years ago, that it hit high or lows like that. I don't think that's going to hold it up. So there's really no support. And Galaxy just continues to make new high, new high, coming into again another daily high of 33. Still room. Boy, some of these are just ripping now, guys. The OCC now is just ripping. Another lifetime high. OCC, a lifetime high. A little choppy all day, but just ripping right now. And this is actually an earnings play. I guess they had a big pop either in earnings or revenue. All right, guys, it's 1:55. So I'll be now, nobody's probably going to keep the room open after I leave. So whenever I leave, I'll be shutting down the room. Okay. So we're looking maybe another 10 minutes or so that I'll be here, and then I'm going to shut the room down unless somebody volunteers to keep the room open. Well, look at this one. I wonder if I could have traded this one. I don't think so. I think we tried this one in the past, but anyway, PAVS, maybe though. PAVS, another just shooting up here on volume. PAVS, and halted now. Let's see where it could open. 151 on the halt, and here's our projected open. Not really a big clue as to where it's going to open. Other low float, 1.74 million in the float. All right, guys, let's see. NHD, any sort of a pullback to a certain area that might be, oh, Now, there's no way it's going to open at 35. Okay, no way, no way. Meanwhile, BYAH opened and it opened higher. And now I think it's going to get halted again right here. It's going to get halted. There we go. So how to see that one early? Well, BYAH in here, BYH in here, and okay, I bet you this is another China stock, guys. HAO. Boy, it got halted too. This is crazy. We're into this. Who knows how long it's going to last? Maybe 3 or 4 days. Maybe it's over today. But the low float mania, okay, back with these China stocks. We have cycles like this. They don't last that long usually. Maybe 3 or 4 days, maybe less. Maybe today's it. But right now, people are just trying to pile in and find some low float China stock. And look where this one could open. 230, halted at 204, 230, 224. I mean, whoop. Well, again, this number changes, of course, over the course of 5 minutes. And here's PAVs now, PAVS. This is not low place. This is not a low. This is now just a low float. It's not China. Doesn't have to be China, but a low float. Now, this could be interesting if it takes out two again. Okay, the PAVS. The high was 214. I'll put a price alert around 205 and see if it takes that out. I'm not sure I can buy it, but I'm in this short of PMT. It hasn't moved yet. It's a couple of pennies below where I shorted it, but that's about it. It is not going to be a rocket ship. Okay, guys, the PAVs. Yes, I know. I know. Kind of hope it holds 2. All right, guys. I put on. I'm out some. I'm out some, guys. I'm out some of this Pavs. It's going to get halted. Going to get halted. How can you tell? Well, maybe I'm wrong. When the spread's only a penny and it's stuck there, that's typically on a stock that is moving so quickly. That's usually the halt. Like right here, right here, right here, right here, right here. It's got to be halted. It's got to get halted. There you go. All right. Well, thank you, IB, for not blocking me on that one. Well, there was my alert at 2:06 in that area. All right, guys, I think I'm going to head out of here. See what happens with this when it comes out of its halt, the Pavs. So as always, thanks for all the help all day long. It was a kind of a fun day with all these low float junky stocks doing their thing. See what happens tomorrow. So I will be shutting the room down now, guys. So have a great evening. I will open. Well, Obi will open the main room at around 6:45 a.m. I open YouTube at around 9. Get on the mic for both rooms around 9 to 9:15. So I'm going to shut down the YouTube stream right now.